Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. Button. Oh, I caught it. Before I press the button, I caught it. But now I still gotta wait for the camera to turn on. And now that I'm talking to the mic, Max is like, oh, you're live, huh? How about I just jump up on you and put my fur all over you? Friday, best day. Actually, Monday, best day. Yep, there he is. There he is. Yep. Hi, Max. Hi, kitty. All you guys get to see is just a kitty tail. That's it. Hello, Office Crafter. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. 49er, hello. Raiders, how you doing? Gobby, Zeldex, Fade Faker. Kitty. A Raider says, Hypno, can I talk to you in the sub Discord? I mean, I'm always reading chat in there. Monster Kitty. All right, you got your attention. Over there. He'll probably want more attention in like 5 minutes. Oh, you want to talk voice? I'm live streaming right now? Maybe? No, like, you can chat me in there. Usually I save the voice chat for when I'm actually playing games and stuff with other people. So, anybody got any big plans for the weekend? Going out of town, doing anything fun? I need to know, because I'm not doing anything this weekend, so I need to live vicariously through everybody else who's having a good time. Me, myself, I am most likely going to be doing like what I normally do and recording some YouTube and stuff. It's generally how I spend my weekends. Zeldex says work and homework. Oh boy, that sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so what did we end up doing yesterday? I don't know why that's on auto or on our thing. So we were going around collecting all of our fluids, storing them in our discs. So we got a bunch of drives hooked up. All of our different fluids are available here. And we were trying to get all of our fluids that we are wirelessly sending elsewhere onto discs. So I guess we got another one here that we should worry about. This is our, what is that? Yeah, titanium tetrachloride. Yeah, that we can just put on import bus. I think that would be just fine. And then over here, we just need to put an export bus onto this hatch. Yeah, that would be easy enough to do. Are you meeting up with a friend you haven't seen in a few years? And you got a date on Sunday. Nice, dude. Nice. Titanium. So, didn't we make a titanium tetrachloride? Maybe we just don't have anything on the disc. Yeah, titanium tetrachloride 0. So we have a disc 4, we just didn't put it onto the system. So let's start off today by importing this fluid into the system and then putting an export bus over where it needs to go. David the Awesome says, finally here for the beginning of the stream. Hello, Eskit. You're driving 10 hours home from a vacation tomorrow. That's pretty awesome. So we're also getting carbon monoxide as a byproduct. Do we have carbon monoxide disc? Because otherwise we're gonna have to figure out something else here. We do have carbon monoxide disc. All right, let's just suck it all into the system. Fluid import bus. Get rid of you. Punch it. Get rid of you. What? Okay. So we need this thing to be extract and this to be insert. Oh wait, is this thing full? No, that's not full. Oh, I didn't put this on always active. Always active, there we go. And this only has one GPS marker and we know where that one is, so we'll just get rid of that completely. Get rid of this. And I'm gonna be on fire. Ow, it hurts. Ow, why? Oh, it hurts, ow. All right. Hello, Semosny. What happens when I fill up on a fluid though? Stuff's gonna back up is what's gonna happen, but it's gonna be a long time before that actually takes place. So titanium tetrachloride, we're obviously getting a fluid from somewhere else. So this is gonna need another thing for the other fluid import. Chlorine, carbon, and rutile. Oh, we ran out of rutile and this thing filled up. Oh, well, that's actually kind of a problem. No wonder this isn't doing anything. Okay, so we need to get this stuff figured out. Oh, camera. Okay, before we get into that, over here we need an import bus going into this thing, fluid export. Then I needed like a bucket or something to set that fluid. I can't set it from here, right? It'd be really convenient if you could do that from there. I already have an empty bucket on me. Oh, I forgot I had these on me. Okay. Hello, Trad. We need to get it out of here. Aww. Okay, so that's all set. Okay. So we can get rid of this GPS thing. I don't need the shrinking device on me. Okay. So back over here, we need to get this thing hooked up. So, I need glass cable. That should be just fine. And then we need to get rutile dust coming in. So the uses on this. Yeah, we probably want to ore wash this stuff. Is it about time we get more ore washing plants going? I think it's about time we get more ore washing plants going. We only have one, and I keep wanting to wash multiple ores, and it's not really working how I want it to. So let's grab a pattern for ore washing plant. That uses nano, right? Yeah, I could use a whole bunch of ore washing plants. I think that might be something that we do today, is set up like a compact machine with a whole bunch of ore washing plants. It just kind of makes sense at this point. Kinda. So if I want to make an ore washing plant, let's make, oh, I don't know, let's start with 8 of them. It's gonna take a minute for all this stuff to happen, mostly because of those nano processors. But I think this is something that we need to do. Oof, there's a lot of other stuff that's auto crafting here. No, it doesn't really seem that expensive. What is it, steel? Yeah. So steel just comes from iron, and iron, like, we have the iron farm from, so not a big deal. So we are making some epoxy circuit boards. Yeah, the crafting process on this is nothing like, oh, we have to make stainless steel though. That's the gotcha. So stainless steel, that just requires a blast furnace, so we can distribute that among our other ones and make that 4 times faster. I mean, obviously this one's gonna go faster than the other one, so maybe we should take back some of these other ones. I keep forgetting that other one goes like twice the speed. Is that what's taking the longest part of these nano processors? Does it require stainless steel in the recipe? Molten tin, nano epoxy. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, we're making stainless steel plates. Are we at 8 more, 7 more? These we've got 5 more. Probably need to grab some more out of these. Yeah, imagine making all this stuff by hand. We did that for a long portion in this playthrough. It's interesting how it's using 2 different wrenches, a steel wrench and a Terra steel wrench. Oop. I guess that's fine, we'll just leave it alone. This is making it pretty quickly, so whatever. That should be the last one. Okay, so we have 8 advanced ore washing plants now. Hello, SD. How am I doing? How's everybody doing? I'm doing fine. How are you doing? How's your vacation? You doing anything fun? Just spending it all watching Twitch? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's make a compact machine. So we have these tiny ones, but we want to make ourselves like a huge one. A maximum compact machine. So we need 98 compact machine walls, which is like really inexpensive in this pack for some reason. That's like the default recipe. You know what I want to do? I want to make a alloy furnace over here specifically for the block mold. It's not called an alloy furnace. What is it called? Electric furnace? No, it's not electric furnace. Alloy smelter? Do we have that in here? We do. All right. So I'm gonna need an interface. Start that up. You're super happy you spent the morning in the city and said yes to the dress, and now you're chilling and watching all the streams. Awesome, SD. One stainless steel. All right. So there's our new advanced alloy smelter, and then we need our interface. I'm trying to find my time in a ball, and by the time we get over here, it's gonna be done. All right, we're done. So now what are we doing? We're making a calculation processor. And now we're making the interface. Hello, Hap. How you doing? All right, so we want to call this Advanced Alloy Smelter 2 Block Mold. That's what it's called, right? Block mold? Mold. Mold block. We'll just call it block mold. That's fine. Okay. And that's gonna live right here. Okay, so that'll allow us to do gold and iron blocks, which have been driving me crazy that it has to have its own separate machine for that. We finally now made a machine for that. Iron block. Gold block. Iron block, gold block, iron. Right next to the not so temporarily machine. Well, that machine actually is going to probably end up in the same thing that this machine is. That all these ore washing plants are going to go into like some kind of ore processing thing. And this turbo centrifuge was taking like purified lapis, which we're probably going to have set up in that compact machine. So anyway, we needed like, I don't know, 9 iron blocks, 10 because it's easier to click the 10. Oh, I didn't set up the machine. Rip. We'll set it up. So we need that wrench and a screwdriver. And now it should be set up properly. So if I want iron block, next start. Now we get iron block. Sweet. Redstone, bunch of that. All right, back to the old base. Right? Or did we set it up here? Did we set it up here? We set it up right there. Don't need to go back to the old base. We can go right here. Hello, Lome Lore. You can finally watch without having to lurk. Your PC can't handle this mod rip. Probably time for a new PC. Doesn't have to be brand new. Something within like the last 4 years would probably be able to handle this thing. Such a lovely sound. Okay. That's interesting. I right-clicked on this and it said no valid recipe found. Does it, like... What happens if it finds a valid recipe and I right-click on it? Now I'm curious. We don't need it anymore, but I'm curious what it's gonna do. Recipe for compact machine wall. Oh, thank you. I thought it was gonna like tell me more information, like what I needed to throw in there to like activate it, or you know, something. I don't know. So compact machine. What is it, an ender pearl? It's been a minute since we last did this. I think it's an ender pearl. What did you say? So much static. But what if I right click on here now? Currently crafting. Oh, it tells you the percentage. Look at that. I found out something. Oh, it even says the percentage on the tooltip. I didn't know that. I had no idea you could look at these things and it'd give you information. So, does it also tell you if it finds a valid recipe on the tooltip? Not that this even matters at all. I'm just curious. It says recipe for compact machine wall. Okay. So it just knows. That's cool. Today I learned. I learned something new today. All right, so we are definitely gonna need a capability adapter. Let's make a recipe for capability adapters. No, that's fine. We can do it that way. Black. Smart. Why did it default to black and not Fluex? That's weird. What are in those other compact machines? You must have missed that stream. What is this one? This one is producing XP and... Gosh, I don't even remember. What are we doing in this one? Oh, this is the one that's taking soul sand. And centrifuging it. We're getting oil, which we're throwing away. We're also collecting blaze rods and, oh my goodness, I can't remember. Soul sand. Let's take a look. So we're getting coal dust, salt. This is for saltpeter, pretty much specifically. Coal dust, saltpeter, and sand. Yep. Then we also set this up. Yeah, so what's going on is we have our simulation chamber here, which was being filled full of polymer. I guess we didn't have a crafting cart or we ran out of the polymers in the system. But anyway, it was making the hellish essence. And then we were taking the hellish essence and we were centrifuging that, I do believe, which would give us soul sand and XP, I think is how that worked. And then the soul sand we were centrifuging into saltpeter, and the XP we're sending back to our main XP storage thing. And we also set up our lotuses that we had collected earlier on for XP to all be processed, which it looks like they all have been processed. So hey Jevin, how you doing? What's in this other one? This other one is our mineral stuff. I don't even remember. What is this? Yeah, so all of our mineral wood is being done here. Chunks, yeah, we're making sawdust, carbon dust, plant balls, all that stuff's going over here. Then we're also making mineral resin, I believe is the other thing. And methane. Yeah, mineral resin and methane. Yep. The mineral cache will be full soon. Didn't look like it was gonna be full. All right, so we need a capability adapter. Yeah. We need this right. Yeah. We're gonna need a tunnel. Bum, bum, bum. And then a wireless. One of these guys? Yeah. Minkyu, thank you for the 20 bits. Actually, which direction? This is south, so we need to put it on the north side. Oops. North. There we go. It actually should go up like one more block. Cool. And then this guy here, and then we have applied energistics. Oh yeah. Actually, that still goes up one more block, doesn't it? It's fine though. Is there a way to play this pack not in a skyblock world? You start off in a skyblock world in this. It's just like a safe world where no monsters spawn. There's just no hostile or no passive mob spawns. And it's just to get you started. You can, in fact, play in the overworld if you want to. But once you get to a later stage in this pack, there's the laser creeper from outer space mod, whatever the heck it's called. And those monsters just spawn all the time during light. There's no spawn restrictions, and I just don't want to deal with that. So yeah, I'm not dealing with it by staying in this dimension where they don't spawn. No. All right, so we have advanced ore washing plants. We're also gonna need CEFs. I guess we could do one of these. Let's do one of these. Because that should be able to power all of our machines, and then we can put a our high voltage superconductor wire. Every time you open it says not responding at 6 out of 7. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what 6 out of 7 means. Superconducting wires. Oh, these do an amp of... Would this kill the superconducting wire? It might, actually. We'll do it this way. Better be safe. Place that right there, and then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we need a point. You think only pull the amps supplied? Yeah, I'd hate to like be sending too many amps into that wire and then the wire just fries because it has too many amps going into it. The cables look good. They do look pretty nice, don't they? Compared to the other block cables. Now I wonder if these are going to shock me. Oh, there are. Oh, we definitely should. They will shock me. I didn't even think about that. Crap. They're not insulated. We need osmium, and I don't think we have osmium yet. So we need to be very careful around these wires, or we just use the other wires. It'd probably be better if we use the other ones. I don't know how much damage those would do to me, but I don't want to die in here. Osmium is a byproduct of iridium. Right, we might have to do something else here then. Oh, come on. Osmium dust. No, that's a purified. I don't want the purified. Osmium dust. So osmium dust centrifuged. You get iridium out of that. The tiny piles. Yeah, purified iridium. All right, so just by doing iridium, we're gonna be getting a whole bunch of osmium. All right, let's reconsider what we're doing here for a second. So it doesn't look like there's a way that I can cover these wires. So the polytetrafluoroethylene plus fine osmium wire and one of those. Okay, so we are going to need to do 32 of the superconducting wire, which means we are going to need 32 of the fine osmium. So we are going to need 8 of the osmium wires. So we need 4 osmium ingots. And that has to be done through the vacuum freezer. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. So we need purified osmium put through the centrifuge. Or purified iridium. All right, let's go do some purified iridium. Come back to this in a minute. A rabbit hole in this pack? That's new. That sounds like sarcasm. That sounded like sarcasm. That's fine, we're doing that. Okay, so now that we have the purified iridium, the uses on this, we thermal centrifuge it or we pulverize it. I don't think I want to thermal centrifuge it because that takes a long time. Like, obviously, if we set up some kind of like behind the scenes thing where it's just constantly doing this, that'd be fine, but let's just go ahead and pulverize it for the 14% chance of osmium, and then we'll take the purified stuff and we'll centrifuge it. That should be more than enough. So the macerator, just go ahead and boop that on the snoot a few times here. I thought we were going to use more battery than that. Apparently not. Okay. So we got all the osmium that we needed, but the purified iridium, let's just go ahead and take care of this. Where is our center fudge? Right here. Do. Dun. What's the best mod for a low-end PC? Dude, I don't know. Probably vanilla Minecraft. Like, I don't play mod packs that are designed for low-end PCs, so I don't have any experience in that. All right, so we ended up with a bunch of the tiny piles here. All right, so we got lots of osmium dust now. So let's make the well, actually, the hot osmium. Oh yeah, we can do that easy. All right. Bum 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 bum. Do do. And then we need the vacuum freezer recipe for the osmium. Okay. So the electric blast furnace for osmium, and then we need the vacuum freezer. All right, so we need osmium 4 ingots. I'm just gonna take a little bit of time here. Do I play your packs on local server or single player? It depends on the pack. This pack we're playing single player. Like when I played Infinity Vault Expert or Project Ozone 2, which required a lot of AFK time, those packs we played on a server. $49er, did you ban Coca-Cola's mom again? Wow. Hello, Coca-Cola. Was that the second one or the third one? How many more we got? Ugh. Ugh. How long does it take to vacuum freeze? It shouldn't take too long at all. 10 seconds, yeah. Digital Dumber, how you doing? How do you make a local server? You download the server files and you run it. If the server files are available, you can search Google for that kind of information as well. I'm sure there's plenty of guides out there on how to set up a pack to run on a server. Why can't you just AFK on Minecraft? How does the server help? Okay, so if you're running as a local server, it's just like a little command window. There's no graphics. There's nothing going on. So you can play any other game you want, watch movies, do whatever you want on your computer. And it's just like a little window that's like a command prompt that's not really taking any system resources from your graphics card, right? So that's why it's better to do that. Your computer uses less power overall because it's not pumping graphics to your graphics card for everything that you're looking at when you're AFK. Like, it's just better overall. It uses less power when you do that. If you're using your computer for other things like work, yeah, that's why. All right, so these need to go through the wire mill. That is not a wire mill. This is a wire mill. And those go back through the wire mill. And then we would do the super conducting wire, this stuff. That requires a 24, yeah. So we need 32 of those and 32 of the 1X. That is in which machine? Was that that's an assembler, right? An assembler with PTFE. Glass. Polytetrafluoroethylene. That doesn't have a 24 in there. Does it need a 24? It said 24, right? What happens if I put it in here with a 0? Does it still work? No. Okay. So that's fun. So we need to get ourselves a program circuit with the 24 on there. I don't know why they've done this, but they have. Okay, so now we have our superconducting wire. And we turn that into the 2x, and then we turn that into the 8x. Or the 4x, I mean. Okay, we're good. So back to our compact machine. Now the wire doesn't look as good. Now it looks like any other boring wire, huh? That sucks. Dude. Stop it. Get out of here. It looks boring, but it won't kill you. I'm actually not sure the other wire would have killed me because there's like no way I could have like stepped on it in this sort of a setup. Whoa, that's not what I want. Bum 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 dum do do do. We're missing nether star lenses. Is anyone else's chat not automatically scrolling? No, mine scrolls just fine. You can run the exclamation point fave pack command. Got a list of my favorite packs. Alright, I guess we're gonna go kill some wither bosses. How are we doing on... Oh, I didn't want to speed that up. How are we doing on our LP? Plenty. Let's go kill some wither bosses real quick. So we need MV machine hole. Okay, so we have a wither builder now. Wither skeleton skulls. Oh, did we ever set up the alchemical matter infuser? Did we ever reset that up? Did I leave that back at the old base? I left it here. Any. What a coincidence, you just made a Wither Builder Enigmatica 2 expert? Nice. Oh, that requires unstable mana. That's why I didn't want to move this thing, is because I don't think you can get the fluid back out of this. Yeah, I might as well just kind of just drop all those in there and just let it make as many skulls as possible. That's more than what we need for right now, though. All right, so actually, maybe we should get a full stack. Maybe we should go back and get like the full stack's worth. Hello, Elio. How you doing? Soul sand. We need to go farm up some soul sand. Unless I have some in here, which I'm not entirely sure I do. I don't. We need to go farm up some soul sand. We don't have platinum ingots? Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna cook up like 10 of these things just so we don't have to keep making them every single time we need a machine. I'm gonna take this point here and that's gonna power our Wither Builder. I want a chest. And I'm also gonna want glowstone. I guess we can farm up more glowstone while we're there. And then we are gonna want translocators. So that should be everything except the Wither Builder. Let's put that in here for now. Wither Builder. That. Okay. Back to the old base, then we go to the Nether to get some soul sand, and then we can go set this thing up. Where am I going? Another portal right here. Yeah, we're gonna set up a thing so we can just put in a full stack of stuff and get a stack of skulls out. Eventually we'll make it like automated using like ender chests and stuff, I'm sure, but for right now we'll just do it this way. Yeah, I thought I was missing something, forgetting something, but I guess I'm not. So we need soul sand and glowstone. That's what we're looking for. I know we did a bunch of glowstone farming yesterday. We need to do a bunch more. Here's some soul sand. Oh, I made Piggy upset that I took a soul sand. The vein mine doesn't vein mine very far, does it? I guess we can adjust that. That wouldn't really hurt much. Let's do that. Mod options or excavate. Config. Limit. 4,096. Done. Damn work interrupting your hypno watching. Alright, I just need a little bit more soul sand. Alright, we'll put that stuff away. So no more soul sand. We'll just collect some more glowstone while we're here. Oop. I was gonna go fight that gas and then despawned. Was that a pigman riding a horse? Yep, riding a zombie horse. Yep, that's a feature of this pack. Why'd that not vein mine? What? Who poured the Diet Coke? What's wrong with Diet Coke? I drink Diet Coke. Mining glowstone dust gives 3 or 4 like it does in vanilla. Fortune affects the drop rate, but yeah, I don't think you get more than 3 or 4. It'd be nice. Coca-Cola asks who let the fox in, so you ask who poured the Diet Coke. So are you saying that he's just Diet Coke? Is that what you're saying, not Coca-Cola? That seems a little rude, is all I'm saying. Can you talk about Pepsi instead? I mean, if you're into that, I guess. I like the more acidic taste of Coke as opposed to Pepsi. We can talk about how trash Pepsi is. Wow. Tell us how you really feel, 49er. Here in Brazil, Pepsi is really bad. Like, really? I don't know. I don't mind Pepsi, but if I have the option, I'll always take Coke over Pepsi. But like, if I go to a restaurant, they only serve Pepsi and I want like a soda, I'll take Pepsi. It's fine. RC Cola? I think I've tried that before in the past, but I don't think I've ever really like given it a try. You know what I mean? Like, I've never purposely gone my way to buy it because I liked it. I think I've had it before though. Used to love vanilla Coke. Rude. I like how they always shoot 3 shots, and if you don't move, one of them always hits you. Like, they suck on those other 2 shots, but like one of them always hits you. In places where they use cane sugar, Pepsi is really bad compared to Coke. I thought cane sugar was always better than like the high fructose corn syrup or whatever. It's better, but not as sweet. Yeah, I guess as somebody who mostly drinks Diet Coke, sweet doesn't really mean much to me. When they use cane sugar, it gets a little more bitter. Yeah, I don't think I've ever equated cane sugar to bitterness, but I don't know. I'm not like a sugar expert either. All right, I think next inventory full, we're gonna call that good for now. I just need to remember to keep 1 glowstone in my inventory. Ooh, there's some big old clumps of glowstone. Saw this one over here that I missed. Okay. Oh, wait, did I leave a glow? Oh no, I don't need that glowstone. I have one in my pouch. All right, so that can go away too. All right, home. Up to 13,000, we're good. All right, so let's go set up this wither builder thingy. You love the random skeletal structures in the lava lakes. Would make sense that bone melts in lava. So this, I don't think needs to be sitting on top, right? Yeah, there's really no point collecting this life essence like we're doing here. Let's move this to this side. So we need our wither builder. Okay. Oh, I didn't bring a chest. I did bring a chest. I'm smart. So the chest is going to contain this stuff. Item translocators. Why are those red looking? That's weird. Oops. Okay, and then we need glowstone. So I guess before we just let this thing rip, let's make sure this thing works correctly. That worked just fine. Hard game. Y'all like dry water or wet water? The killing method we're using this thing down here, this ritual. I don't remember what this thing's called. It doesn't say the name of it on there. Now the thing I'm concerned about, if this thing fills up full of blood, does it still work? Or am I gonna have to destroy the blood altar and replace it? Because that would suck if we spawned in like 20 withers and we can't do anything with them. Ah, the coaling ritual. Do I have the LP to finish? I don't know. We had 2.7 million. How much does it cost per wither? $25K, so we should have enough? How much we got left? We had 2.7 million. Now we have So we use like about 1 million. 1.5 million. Oh, our other blood orb is over here. No? What's that? What was the higher tier? Archmage. Do we have an Archmage in here? Oh, we do. There we go. $64 times 25k is 1.6k. 1.6k. Hello, Dragon Guy. Do people actually notate stuff like that? 1.6k. Is that an actual way people notate stuff? It's easier in MMOs to communicate large amounts. I've never seen that before. You've seen it in games. I would think it'd be easier to say 1.6 M, but that's me. Billion KKK. Oh boy. Yeah, why not just 1.6 M? I don't understand, but that's... Used a lot back in Ragnarok and Tibia. Well, I understand 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, but there's other letters that mean the same thing. I don't know. To me, I think that's more confusing, but that's me. We'll just let this cook do what it's doing. How much ethylene did we have? I'm thinking back to like our hellish thing. We only have 45 buckets of polyethylene. It was great to see the laser water singularities make a triumphant return in Enigmatica. Oh, the cheaty singularity things? Yeah. You want a singularity? Here's a stack. You want some singularities? I got singularities for you. That's so cheaty. I like it. Oh, Band-Aid. This is the one I wanted back. That brings you all the enjoyment for some reason. I think it's stupid that it actually works the way that it does, considering that you'd have to normally put in like 256,000 cobblestone or dirt or whatever to make one. Otherwise, it's just like, here's all your singularities. It's so cheaty, I like it. Can't you do something similar to chiseled water? I mean, you can, but it's nowhere near the same level. And nowhere even near it. I am trying to remember what I'm doing right now. We were going to make some nether star plates is what we're going to do. So another star plate comes from another star block in the cutting saw. Yeah, it's called another star plate. So a block another star turns into that. So we need a block of another star like that. That's in the compressor and that's in the cutting saw. All right. I guess we need a another star lens recipe as well. What do we do with this nether star dust? With an implosion compressor, you can turn those back into nether stars. Okay, that's cool. So we need a lathe. And we were trying to make interfaces, 10 of them. Actually, we need 8. No, I'll just make 10, so we have some extras, it's fine. I just told it how to make nether star lenses. NBT data. So for whatever reason, this has NBT tag on it, which it shouldn't have. That has NBT tag on it, which it shouldn't have either. Okay, so now we should be good. No, the soul sand that I farmed up, that's fine. That is going away. I only wanted the 4 stacks for what we're crafting. Our other machine's taking our soul sand and it's going to start using it only until we get down to 200. Then it keeps 200 in the system. I mean, we could set it so it has more left in case we want to do another stack, I guess, later on. We could set that for, I don't know, like 400? Actually, let's set it for 512. One, two, three, let's do. A nice round number, 512. Are we waiting on the redstone ones? The red? Oh, we are waiting on those. I was like, it's getting all these things. Why is it not like starting to craft? Yeah, it's got to do 2 of them. It might make sense to make another phytogenic insulator specifically for the redstone ones. How can we get water in this thing faster? Like if we put a tank here and then we have applied energistics pumping water into this. Why is that invisible? What the heck? Translocator? Glowstone? That's a little bit nicer. I like the fact that it's going so fast that we're running low on power. Wait, why did I connect it over there when we have applied energistics over here already? That might be our bottleneck. I might want to swap these things. Yeah, I should undo this. And I should do it over here. Oh, that's already connected. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. What a beautiful water DNA. You're gonna suggest the extra utils transfer if there aren't any speed upgrades? Yeah. Yeah, lasers definitely would be the best for water, but you have to have like whatever you're sending like 4 blocks away. Yeah, the lasers are stupid. I mean, I guess we could probably do that. Will that work? That seems to work. And then we want a thingy. You know, a thingy. A thingy. What's a thingy? We want the thingy, a compass. I'm gonna make 10 more, because we're gonna need them eventually. Oh yeah. Yeah, that water isn't even moving. Applied Energistics can't even keep up with that. I wonder if it would be better to have an interface here. It might be better to do it this way. I don't know how fast these interfaces work. Dreadex coming in with a Twitch Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you. Let's try this. That's what you want to do. So these fluid interfaces, these are really good. Can I like unconfigure these and just do it like that? That'd probably be just fine as well. Maybe on top of the other interface just to keep the laser lines straight. I think I'm perfectly fine with that. This, let's move. If we're gonna do this, let's just get rid of this cable. So all that water we can put back in the system. So we have 195,000 buckets of water. Ooh, what's hit with this one? Why is that light green? Oh, did I not? I didn't partition this. Interesting. Oh, a cable. How cute. That's fine. We'll leave that alone for now. I wanted to see water. Okay, so we're almost half full on water. $200,000. So we're gonna hold something like maybe around 500,000 buckets. Need more water. So I wonder with the whole water situation, if I have that with a laser going into an interface and I have another interface like putting it into a photonuclear fission chamber, like that should give us all the water that we could possibly need without worry about us running out, right? Theoretically. So you have this going down into an interface. And over here we could have another interface that's like pushing it into here. That way we're buffering the ME system with all the water. And then we could get rid of this stuff. I think that makes sense. How many bits? How much do bits cost? Lol, I don't see someone donate like 400 bits or whatever. How much money is that? LMFAO. Yeah, 1 bit is worth 1 US penny, 1 US cent. You're right, that unpartitioned disk will fill with water. We should take care of that. Nitric acid. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's partition this guy. Okay. Immortal 25 bits. So I'm dropping 25 pennies into the cup. Hashtag Muxy Army. Hashtag Team Village. Thank you for the bits, Immortal. We have a plate energistic stuff down here already, don't we? Yeah, because we're already importing right here. We already have the correct amount of lasers. Then do we have a plate over here? No, we need to keep wrapping that around. Okay, so I want a laser here, and that's gonna be it's a wrench. So only out of adjacent blocks. This is going to be providing water. This one's going to be set to only into. So I should just be able to swap all this stuff over and we should be good, theoretically. Yeah, this is sidetrack stuff, but it's fine. Like, these are things that I want to get done anyway. Okay, so now we have all the water going into our ME system. This we can get rid of. But I like working on multiple projects or whatever. Just so I'm not having to be like working on the same thing over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? So we need to get these things figured out. Like, we have water going to multiple places. I mean, I guess for right now, we could just put export buses on those and we'll revisit this later. Let's do that. We'll just do this. Are we even going to be able to keep up with the water demand by doing this? It looks like it. Yeah, we're fine. Fun with fluids day number 2. Well, I mean, every day is gonna be fun with fluids day until we get everything situated, right? But what also that does, that allows us to have like all the water we're ever gonna need in Applied Energistics for like our ore washing plants and stuff. Yeah, look how much water we're getting. Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, so that's gonna feed all of our ore washing plants. We're gonna have to do P2P tunnels in this. Okay. So back into this guy. Actually, I don't want to do it this way. Yeah, that's better. Now we have access to 5 sides of this cable. I mean, we only need access to 4, but I'd rather be able to do this so we can branch off in different locations if we need more channels somewhere else. So interface. right, so wrench. Boop, 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 boop. And then we're gonna need screwdriver. Actually, do we want it set up like that? Because we're not actually gonna be... We're not setting these up for automations, like where we're requesting stuff. This is just gonna be where things are automatically gonna be put in. So actually, I guess we don't really want it this way. But we can allow input from the output side, that's fine. But the output side should be on the back. Oh, you said that I put an access point in here? Yes, you're right. I mean, obviously we'll fix that. That's not a huge issue, guys. Come on now. Yeah, we could do one interface to supply through a conduit. Yeah, that should be fine. I was gonna have one interface, like doing the waterfall thing into each one of these machines, and I was gonna extract out through a conduit, but yeah, this actually is not a bad way of doing it. We want to extract on a different channel thread. Yeah, that should be fine. No, I don't think I'm going to specify each one. I was thinking we might do that, but it might also make sense just to have a mass ore washing set up for like all these different ores. And since we're only using one interface for like 8 machines, we could set up multiple of these. Like, there's no reason to limit ourselves to only 8 machines. In fact, we should probably put 9 here, since this thing can do 9. But let's just start right here, and then we'll worry about scaling out. Do we have a what's it called? The copy pasta thing? Conduit probe? Is that what it's called? We have a probe. We don't have a probe. Can we make one? Then I also have to make a new Yeta wrench. Kurthu coming in with a 23-month resub. Kurthu, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 23 months. I do appreciate you. Thanks for all the Minecraft hints and tricks. You are welcome. Alright. Alright, so we want the fluid to be insert. Copy. Pasta. 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 Ooh. Copy pasta, best pasta. Oh, you know what? I never hooked this up, did I? I was like waiting for that to connect, but we never did this. There we go. Okay, so we're extracting on red, and this needs to insert on red. You know what? I think we're gonna do another interface. Every time we automate something like this, these conduits end up pulling one of the like washed ores or whatever back into the machines and breaking it. I think we're just, and we could filter it, but then I gotta mess with the filters every time. I think it's just better to have it go into a completely different interface. We'll just use another channel on another interface. I think it'll be just fine. This will be insert on red. This one, just leave default. So this is where we set all the different ores that we want to get washed, and then everything should just work at this point. Like rutile ore actually was something that we wanted to purify. Dude, that is so awesome. And now it's time to wash. If we were gonna do that, I need another superconductor wire. Noctum Nemo just resub for 33 months. Noctum Nemo, welcome back. Thank you for the 33 months. Hey, 33 months. And again, it shows a notification 1 week before the actually subbing to the channel. Is Twitch broken, Kappa? Maybe. With this setup, you can easily add more washing plants and not worry about the interfaces. Oh, you're talking about just keep the conduits kind of like snaking around or whatever? So maybe we don't need P2Ps. Like I was expecting us to use a lot more channels than we're only using 3 channels here. I'm actually not sure if I need to do this. I think we could probably just get away with doing it like that. Alright, so the purified stuff, well, I was actually gonna start going off on another tangent here and how to continue to do this, but we might set up another compact machine specifically for like all the centrifuging, another one for all the macerating, or we could do it all in the same one. It might be better to have them separated though. This is, yeah. I think we'll just keep them in 8s. We're missing epoxy resin sheets. Why is this not going? Did we turn this off somewhere? Oh, that's right. It needs NAFTA. Oh, this is full up on diesel. Man. We're at the point now where I just want to throw away diesel. Can we do anything else with diesel? Can we refine that to something else? No, diesel is pretty much the end of the line. Like, we can burn it for power, but like... we have so much diesel, we don't need it. Well, actually, that's not true. We do need diesel for, oh, that's a problem. We do need diesel for our Britannia stuff. So maybe we could set up like an ender tank to take it and put it into applied energistics, so we have like a large storage of it, and when that fills up, then we can start disposing of it. Just upgrade the tank. Why do these tanks look weird? Maybe they don't look weird. These are reinforced. Oh, it's just because I'm not seeing the yellow, because it's yellow fluid in there. Yeah. I was like, I thought they were supposed to have a different color to them. Like, this whole epoxy resin thing could be turned into applied energistics as well. Like, that'll be a project for another time, but eventually I would like to move all this out of the old base. Man, we even have more water being generated over here. I forgot about this. The process of converting to ME is tedious. It is tedious, but it is something that we should do. Like, because we have liquid nitrogen here being sent wirelessly elsewhere, and we want that all like in one central location. Well, okay. I just want to check up on our epoxy resin. So we have extra over here. Let's make some resin sheets and continue what we're doing. That second nitrogen should be nitrogen oxide. Something is broken. Well, let's look. No, we're producing nitrogen. Oh, you're talking about this should be nitrogen oxide here? Yes. Because it's connecting here and it shouldn't be. Yeah, this should be producing nitrogen oxide, which should be going up into here. Let's go dump this back at the base and then replace it. Good call, though. Do. So this should be nitrogen oxide as well. So 23 minus 276. $23 minus 276. It's one of those mixers, I believe. Ah, now we're making nitric acid. So I need to make sure that it's like prioritizing the epoxy resin first and then going like the extra over there. Because we don't really need that nitric acid that fast, but we do need it. So this, we're extracting round robin disabled. This needs to be a higher priority. So it should like prioritize putting the nitrogen dioxide in here, and then all the extra will go up wirelessly. So we're sending diesel to 2 different locations here. I don't know where that other location is. Minus 430. Ah, right. So we're wirelessly sending out the diesel to here. But we're not really using this anymore, I don't think. I think we already have our electrolyzer set up at the other base. I don't remember. Well, yeah, our mana flowers are taking up some of the diesel, but there was 2 places that we were sending it to. Ba-bum-bum. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, I think we're all set here. Oh, I'm falling. So we need a fluid solidifier. And we need a plate mold. Do. Where did you get your chemistry degree from? Hypno Greg Tech U? Maybe. So we're eventually going to need some fiber reinforced epoxy resin sheets, and I believe that's for the next tier stuff. That's for the fiber reinforced circuit boards, which is for making the quantum stuff. So we're going to have to like redo our epoxy resin, I do believe, so we can start like creating this stuff. Either do a glass fiber or the rock carbon fibers. But until then, I'll just do this. Okay, so we got plenty of epoxy resin sheets now. All right, so I wanted to make 8 more for washing plants. Console just resub for 27 months. Console, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 27 months. I appreciate that. Looks like Hypno got bored playing Minesweeper. That's our 3rd Twitch baby, by the way. 3rd one. Oof, so much crafting. Hello, Canadian Online, how you doing? Where else are we doing stuff? These machines are on over here. What are you doing? And oh, I did want to fix this machine. It was this one, right? No, which one was it? One of these were making the tetrafluoride. I think it was this one. No. This one. Yeah, so if we get rid of that, it should start doing... Guess I gotta do it myself. There we go. Man, I just love how fast that's going right now. It's gonna go twice as fast here in a little bit. Cobalt? Yeah, cobalt. No, not cobalt, osmium. Rip that cobalt. How's Minecraft today? It's going pretty good. We're setting up like a huge ore processing setup. So like when we need our ores processed, it happens quite quickly. Probably something we should have done a little bit earlier. Oh wait, no, we need more than that. Do. You're a super huge fan of ore processing through Mechanism. You just think it's super cool. I mean, Mechanism's pretty okay. Pretty okay. Okay, so we have the power. We need our ore washing. We got 2 more. Oh, we're crafting the stainless. Okay, well, we can go in here and start setting things up while we're waiting for that to finish. Maybe I should give it a little bit more space. All right, so we need item conduit. Actually, we need to set the machines up. I need the wrench. Wrench, screwdriver. And then we need to press the button on each one of these, make them all orange. Oh boy, who's doing a thing? Whoever it is, happy Friday to you. Super Eps 22556 just subscribed to the channel. Super Eps, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. All right, item conduit. Doot 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 doot. And then other conduit. Not that, this. Doot. Oops. Don't press shift while adding them. Right, and then this thing should already be set. Maybe I want to craft the root tile 3x3 automatically. Yeah, I mean, obviously I would like to do that, but this place is going to be set up for like us swapping these ores out, and I don't want to have like a very specific setup here. So maybe we'll have something in the overworld or somewhere else that automatically grabs those tiny piles and converts them. 12 per second, is that fast enough? I'm not sure. I might even want to go faster than this. Yeah, AE can do it. The problem is, though, we're getting like so much of these tiny piles, like it's gonna start filling up our AE system, like if we're not careful with certain ores. Hello, X minus. I hate how these random monsters spawn in here. This is really good though. I think we're gonna add one more row here. I kind of want to have it so when I need ores, we can just throw it in here and be good to go. Yeah, stone dust is something we'll probably end up putting onto our trash chest. Are there better ore washing machines, or is that the best one? There is one more tier. Oh no, I guess there's a repurposed laundry washer. So I guess there's a few more tiers. We're at the 512 one. I like the name, repurposed laundry washer. How fast is the fastest? I don't know. At some point, we're gonna have to start like working towards like progressing after HV, and we're not there yet. What are we waiting on the CEF for? Stainless steel.
It's all bang, bang, bloody bang.
Are we full up on water yet? I bet we're pretty full on water by now. Nope, we're not full up on it. Do you have any plans for more power generation if the current one would not be enough? Add more of the same thing. Like, we already have the fuel production set up, so all we need to do is make another one of these and 3 more of these. How do I create so much water? Through this setup right here. This thing, the photonuclear fission chamber, requires like 16 buckets of water, and it produces a stupid amount of steam from that. And that steam is converted into water through the turbines. So like, this is pretty much a water generation plant as well. Yeah. So you make a whole bunch of extra water from this thing. Yeah, I think when we need more power, we'll probably duplicate this kind of a setup, And then beyond that, I'm not sure if we're going to be working with the, what do you call it? The fission thing? The fusion chamber ring thing? I'm not sure how much, like, what the next power stage is after this. Check how much steam I got? This thing's full. A full black hole tank is some steam, it is. But like, we will chew through that in probably like an hour, I think is how long that takes. We accidentally ran out of steam yesterday, and that was kind of a headache trying to like get everything back working again. But yeah, the way this is set up, I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that too much. Yeah, this is like a custom machine here. So 1 millibucket of uranium hexafluoride and 2.5 buckets of water make 67.2 buckets of steam. I'm not sure how much steam converts into water through the turbine, but we get a lot more water back than what we're putting into it. We just looked, the durability on the rotors are 79%. I should take a look at our uranium supply though. It's taken us about a week to go down from 4,000 to 3,000. So we got uranium for a while, but it is starting to make me feel a little uncomfortable that we only have 3,300. The purified uranium ore, yeah, that's going to be the next thing that we wash after our rutile. And we'll be able to get more 235. Yeah, we'll wash it and then we'll just pulverize it. Wash it, pulverize it, and then we will centrifuge it. No, it's not completely self-sustainable. Like, I do have to put in the uranium hexafluoride. Am I going to set bulk pulverizers and centrifuges in the compact machine too? I don't know if we're going to do it in that particular one. We might just have one compact machine for each different stage. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much power that's taking as well. Like, I mean, it seems like all this is fine. Yeah, I'm not sure how much power, like, I'm not sure how many more machines we can keep setting up like that before power is going to become an issue, is what I'm trying to say. Wash it, boil it, stick it in a stew. Taters. Can I set up a power storage to make my power situation more clear? I'd love to do that, but we can't quite do that yet. Like, we could set up a whole bunch of batteries. Like, we could make a bunch of batteries and have our EU power going into those batteries, and those batteries converting into RF, and then we could kind of look at that and how the batteries are doing. But, like, obviously, what we'd want to do is have something like the Draconic Evolution Powerball, or a mechanism matrix thingy, whatever. I forget what that's called. But anyway, we can't make any of that stuff just yet. So it's kind of like the power that we're making is the power that we can use. And there is no, like, there's no real good power storage at this point. I don't know if Greg Tech has something like a, like an MFE or a CE, or like an MFE or MFSU or any of those kinds of power storages that IC2 had, or maybe the old Greg Tech had. I don't think there's anything like that anymore. Weren't the end ores supposed to open up Draconic capabilities? Possibly, but I'm sure we gotta get to the next power level and keep like going further and further. Yeah, induction matrix, thank you. But we're not quite there yet. Like, we've been working on cleaning up our current ore processing stuff and getting things applied energistic and all of this. And then eventually we'll be able to like take the machines and like upgrade them to the next versions and change out the power for those, and everything should just continue to work. But like we're just not there yet. So it is what it is. We can't make an induction matrix in this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there is no mech induction. There's no induction coils or any of that stuff. Can't do that. Nothing's holding me back from like progressing, other than we're trying to like get stuff more into applied energistics and currently working on our existing systems and things like that. Yep. So like setting up this bulk ore washing plant, that's holding us back from like progressing to the next level. But at the same time, it's helping us get there, right? Imagine playing this pack without IC2 auto crafting. I can't imagine that would be a pack that many people would want to even consider. Like the way this pack is set up right now, I bet there's not 10% of the amount of people playing it that other packs have. Maybe even 5%. Like, this is not a pack for most people. Like, most people might download it, so like the download numbers might be higher, or might be better than what I think. So people might download and try it out and then decide it's not for them. But like, people actively playing it, like, I can't imagine there's that many people right now. That's not to say nobody's playing it. Obviously people are playing it, but I don't imagine this is a pack that most people play. I'm playing it because it's a completely different experience for me. Oh, I didn't put a point. Oh, are we out of Ruto? Aha, look at that. So it's all currently in the machines doing stuff, so we'll switch over to the uranium. Mr. Nightmare says, I wouldn't even play something like this, but you love to watch it. Yeah, there you go. Hello, sweaty streamer. Yep, compact machines. Should we do one more row? Should we just go all in? Have like 4 rows of these? Yeah, might as well. You started a server of this with your friends, and out of 5 people, you and another guy are all that's left. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want your dirty laundry clean, you need a lot of washers. Do I think this pack will go on for the rest of the year? I have no idea how long this pack is going to take me to complete. I've never played this pack. Is this the most complex mod pack that I've played? Yes, that I've played, I would say so. It's definitely the most in-depth. Yeah, there's a battery block for Greg Tech that you can put batteries inside. Yeah, but then you got to make all the different batteries. You need all the battery alloy and whatever you're making the batteries out of. I mean, there are Lapatron, I guess, Lapatron crystals. But those require nano processors and lapis plates and the energy crystals, which is the energium dust and ruby dust. And like, you can do it. You can do it. I'm just not so sure I want to do it. You're not even out of the MV stage yet? Once you get to HV, at least for me, once I got to HV, I was like, all right, I'm no longer keeping my MV and my LV machines and using all these transformers. We're just upgrading everything to HV. And that's, we haven't like upgraded beyond that. We've made a couple EV machines, but like HV seems to be like a pretty good point to be at. Like, we will upgrade beyond that at some point, but... You just started playing Manica 2 Expert Mode recently. Any tips? Any tips for Manica Expert Mode? I can't think of any off the top of my head. Bad part of watching you play Manica 2 Expert thinking it was way too grindy than watching you play this makes Manica 2 Expert look easy. Exactly. How do you configure mod packs? You should probably talk to somebody who configures mod packs. Like, find somebody who makes mod packs on Twitch and ask them. I don't make mod packs. Flex Networks does have their own storage, but there's a lot of like power storage in this pack that have been disabled. There's a lot of things that have been disabled. Just like this pack has Project E in it, like almost nothing has EMC. Like this pack is heavily configured. I kind of want to see all this rutile go away and then everything just switch over to the uranium. I want to see how fast that's going. Is there cryo stabilized? There are. Do we have? Not a whole lot. I was almost thinking we should make these. That way we're not putting like 4 points in there. We can just have 1 point, a bunch of these cryo stabilized, like moving the power around. I guess we could still do that. How many of them do we have? 9? Is that gonna be enough? That might not be enough. We need another recipe. Oh, those require the superconductor wires. Ah. I think this is probably gonna be one of our next projects, is working on making these things. So we can put 1 point on one of those cables and then run that across to all 4 of those CEFs. I'm gonna put that up here so it reminds me. Okay, so we have that CEF, HV, conduit. We need more item conduit. That should be enough. And then fluid conduit. That should be enough. I think we're good to go to get this one. Oh, we need the wires. Hey, Firecracker. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing good. How you doing? Wasn't there a bug with them Leptron crystals at Easy Craft? Don't know if that bug's been fixed in the update. You remember something about them? I guess that is a lot of the easier craft, isn't it? Lapis rod, capacitor, and exquisite sapphire. Those are rather easy to make, aren't they? Yeah, so I guess we could set up like a battery thing. I don't know. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, so the uranium. I think this might be an issue. I don't know if this can keep up with what we're doing. Maybe it can once all the machines are full. Oh, I did I make the superconducting wire? I needed the osmium. What kind of cake is Hypno making today? We are making the washishing cake? Or washishing. An ore washing cake. The repair talisman doesn't work on this, does it? Mm-mm. That's too bad. That'd be really cool if it did work on that.
You sexy beast.
It seems like that should be going faster. Are we still working on rutile or something? Or do some ores just take longer to wash? I'm not sure. It feels like that should be going faster though. Yeah, it has stone dust icing, for sure. Firecracker doing good, glad to hear it. Do. Yeah, we could like keep adding more machines higher and higher. I'm not sure I want to do that. And I also probably am gonna get rid of the I'm probably gonna get rid of this P2P because I don't think we need it. If we're only using 3-4 channels in here, 4 channels including this, there's really not a lot of reason to have a P2P in here. 49er just gifted a sub to Firecracker. 49er, thank you for the sub gift. That's very nice of you. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So this we don't want to show on a terminal, and this one we don't want to show on a terminal either, because we're not auto crafting from that. This one doesn't have the option to show from a terminal or not. Yeah, I think we're just going to go ahead and get rid of the P2P. I think we're just going to do that. Yeah, I had this planned out a little bit differently when I was thinking about making this, and I was thinking we were going to have an interface for every single machine, but we don't need that. Yeah, we could do like a whole line of centrifuges and a whole line of macerators. And that is so many machines though. I think before we do that, we need to get our power situation figured out. Like, I don't really want a point for every 8 machines. I think we need to go get some of the I can't think of the name of them. The cryo-stabilized flux ducts. I think we need to get those things figured out first. But this is working just fine. Hello, XP. How you doing? Coca-Cola banned XP, correct. Oh boy. Yeah, that's going pretty good here. All right, so let's look at making the cryo-stabilized flux ducts. So we're gonna need these, and we're gonna need those, which means we are going to need these, which come from this, which comes from this. A helium blast furnace. Do we have helium in a blast furnace already? Is it time for another blast furnace? It might be time for another blast furnace. Not enough steps. I think it's time for another blast furnace. How much heat does that need? This one. 4,500. Can I make... Can I do that, or are we missing something? Tungsten. We'll just use these. Do, 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 do. Okay. So a blast furnace is made with all of this stuff. How much of that do we have? Graphite plates. So we'll have graphite made. We need heat-proof casing. We have that. We need tin cable. Just make like 10 of those. Then what are we missing? Oh, we need a basic electric furnace. You're a basic electric furnace. Yeah, that autocraft. Hello, Leaked. Okay, so we are going to need an input hatch, an input bus, input hatch, HV, that's fine. And then we're gonna need energy input. Which one are we doing? HVs. Stainless steel. Oh my goodness. You've been here a while? Well, I haven't seen you say anything in a minute. And that's how you do the lurk. So I want to say hello. Is that okay? I hope that's okay. If it's not okay, deal with it. Heat proof. We are gonna need like not that many, but we're gonna make that many. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Don't wake the lurkers. Well, the lurkers should properly be lurking if they're trying to lurk. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, if you're gonna be lurking and you say I'm lurking, then you're not technically lurking. Just throwing that out there.
Give me the mic, I'm back, bitch. Baby, I'm balling. Baby, I'm balling.
Need one more heat proof. We can put the energy input hatches right. Boop and a boop. So what are we doing on these? They go into a CEF HV. No. I'm looking at the wrong machines. CEF HV9. How do we get out of this? Let me out of here. CEF HV9. Oh my goodness, who just did it? I Love T coming in with the 22-month resub. I Love T, thank you for the 22 months and for the tier 3. I do appreciate it. On day Hypnotized will start the stream with a cup of tea. You know, honestly, I don't remember the last time I drank tea, whether it be hot tea or iced tea. It's been a little bit of time. Kazum says, I lurk most days, mainly because I end up saying dumb stuff. You did your subscription go through, Hypno? I mean, you got the subscribe thing. If you just resub with Twitch Prime and you didn't get a little notification, you might want to try refreshing and then you can get the notification. It seems to be a problem with Twitch Prime for some reason. A lot of people seem to have that. Cork21 just sub with Twitch Prime. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. I do appreciate that. I'm trapped. Mr. Noodle just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Very appreciated. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Noodle. And thank you, Cork. There we go. Boop and a boop. Jaco Bus just resub for 2 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support and for dropping your Twitch Prime as well. Patiently waiting for Hypno to make a fusion reactor. You know what? That's what I want to see as well. That's the whole reason why I wanted to play this pack to begin with, was to see the crazy end game monstrosities that are just absolutely ridiculous. That's what I want to see the most. That's what's keeping me playing this, is knowing that one day, somehow, we will be there. Immortal dropping 100 bits. More distracting noises. Thank you, Immortal, for the 100. I appreciate it. So fluid input we're doing on the bottom. Right here. And then that's a regular input. Oh, and that's our output. I didn't make one of those. Output bus. Is this a Skyblock type mod pack? No. It looks like it, but it's not. Firecracker with 100 biddies. Where is the button to play the Screamer Scary? What? Screamer Scary. I'm not following. I don't understand. But thank you for the 100 bits. Is that like... Is that like a thing where you press a button and like it makes a noise for me? The scream to startle me. Ah. What do you want to startle me for? I'm so startled right now. I'm so startled. Wasn't that a South Park thing? I'm so startled. Were they like making fun of like Blair Witch or something? Flashin just gifted a sub to Nightbot. Flashin, thank you for the sub gift. Welcome back, Nightbot. Welcome back. You guys are silly. All right, so oh, we're missing this. What was that supposed to be? Oh, you know what? That can just be a heat proof. There we go. There we go. So I need a point. So we have power, everything is hooked up. Now we need applied energistics. So now we need an interface. BBF. I don't remember what this thing is going to be using. What is this using? Helium. All right, let's go rename this thing. All right, so that, and then we have a fluid export. How is interactions and Whelp? What's the focus design of it? So interactions, I have described it before. Like you have your normal kitchen sink pack and then you have an expert pack, right? The expert pack has all the recipe changes and all that kind of crazy stuff, right? This is like an expert pack for expert packs. It like takes it to the next level because of GregTech. So it's one of those things, either you really want to play with GregTech or you're going to find another pack to play as a way that works. I haven't played GregTech pack before, so I kind of want to get that experience in. So that's what we're doing here. No, XP probably would not like this pack. I need a reservoir. A reservoir. Full of helium. Yay, helium. Ew, baby poop got on your finger? I'm sure it's fine. Lick it, oh god. Ugh, ugh. Alright, so that's hooked up, and then we need item conduit extracting out of the other one back into this interface. Alright, so we should be good to go. We just need to run the applied logistics over here. How are we doing that? We have a cable running down this side. We doing dense? It was dense. It doesn't matter that it connects here, but I don't want it to connect here, so I'm going to disable that. Okay, so now we just need some facades. What's up with the rendering with this? Alright, I mean, whatever. Where did that light source go? It was like right around here? Yeah, it should be right here, so we'll put it right here. Better. Alright, so now we should be able to set up a thing. And now it's on your keyboard. Oh no. Baby poo on the keyboard. Do I have a mixer with resonant ender? Oh no. Alright, so we're gonna have to set that up too. But that's fine. We'll worry about that here in a minute. Whoa. Whoa, I clicked this. EBF helium. And then we need this one. All right, so vacuum freezer. So those can go away. The plate one. Should be right there. That should be fine. Cool. So now we just need to make Enderium dust, and we should be pretty much good to go. Chappie Vaughn just sub a Twitch Prime. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, or I guess thanks for resubscribing for 26 months, actually. Chappie Vaughn, thank you for the 26 months and for using your Twitch Prime. I appreciate it. Hello, Marcos. Pixel and blame Pixel. Two is a lot. It's common, Kappa. All right, so we wrench it, we screw drive it, we boop it, we interface it. Before we interface it, we need to rename the interface. I wish we could send mana faster. I guess we could put more mana spreaders. Jelly Bra coming in with a 21-month resub with that Twitch Prime. Thank you, Jelly Bra. Welcome back. Max can eat now. I fixed it. It's okay. He had to starve the other night because you couldn't resub. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. He completely understands. He totally doesn't have a grudge against you for that. Thank you for the resub, Jelly. I appreciate it. And mostly Great Tech New Horizon Project PFAA basically covered most stuff you can and want to do in a Great Tech pack. So even a lot of time later, there's really not a need for more Great Tech packs. Yeah. Jelly Bra with 100 bits slides Max some Muxy bits for catnip. Now we can be friends. I'll give him some catnip tonight. Thank you, Jelly. What was I doing? We were gonna do Resonant Ender. Oops. We need to get something that's making Resonant Ender. We need something that's melting down pearls to like fill up our system with them. Are mob farms in this pack? You can do the Draconic Evolution mob farms, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure you could do like a dark room. Maybe you can do what is it called? The Drop of Evil Cursed Earth farm? You'd probably do those. I don't think we have a flute extractor anywhere, do we? chemical reactor. Like these are just kind of random machines that we placed down and we didn't like pick back up. Hey look guys, we picked up that temporary machine. So the fluid extractor, I think we might just sit here. Actually, I think it'd be better if we set it back here on this chemical reactor, because this is like generating fluids, right? What is this? An advanced mixer. Oh yeah, that's the thing we just did. Oh, we set that next to precision laser engravers. I think that's fine. We're gonna be exporting from the back, actually. Need a crafting card. I think that should be okay. We need a pattern that's gonna say pristine Enderman equals Ender Pearl though. Oh, we already have one in here. Okay, never mind. All right, and then the facade to cover that all up, and we should be good to go. Now we should be making Resonant Ender all day, every day. Darkroom mob farms are a bit impractical due to some random effects that some mobs cause on death. So you're talking about like Blaze, how they explode and so on? I don't have a machine making Resonant Ender, no. We only had 64 buckets in our system, and that wasn't increasing. That was like, we filled up an advanced fluid extractor, we got all 64 buckets, and that's all we did. Alright, we're good. So where did this large cadmium battery come from? Probably over here somewhere. Or stuff like magma cubes leaving flowing lava. Yeah. All right, so now we have Resonant Ender. This thing's full of Resonant Ender. We didn't make the pattern for that. Let's make the pattern. We might want to turn off our glowstone melter thingy. Is it this one? I guess that's where we could have put our fluid extractor, was over here. Yeah, this also needs resonant ender. So now we can like import into that. That should be moved over. I knew we had a place where we were doing this, I just didn't know where it was. Hello, Swift Creeper. You wonder why some batteries aren't charging up? They used to charge up all the time, and then one of the updates, they made it so like they'll only charge up for a certain amount of time after like the machine's in an operation. It seems the higher tier machines, where's one? Like this one right here? This one will just charge up Lapatron crystals just fine, but like the HV ones stop after a certain amount of time for some reason. So if I put a Lapatron in here, it'll just charge it. The HV machines, for whatever reason, don't do that, and I don't know why. They used to, and then whatever the latest update we had broke it, so it doesn't do that anymore. Okay, so our mixer needs that, and then we need to put a laboratory block back. Okay, so now we should be able to make Enderium. I didn't see how long that took. It takes a little bit of time. Dude, that uranium is almost done. That's crazy. We should do redstone. Yeah, we're out of glowstone. We gotta go get some more. Let's go ahead and start dumping that. No, not water buckets. Okay, so now any further stone dust should just go directly into that trash chest. We won't have to worry about that anymore. Did we just listen to this song? I feel like we just listened to this song. I'm gonna change this song. Oh, I don't have my... There we go. No, maybe we didn't just listen to it, but we might have listened to that particular track like today anyway. It's just a little too slow for my taste right now anyway. Yeah, it's kind of a mopey song. It's on an album mix, so, you know, can't really do much about it. Hello, Silverleaf. All right, so we have everything set up to do that. So now we need to get this set up. Hardened electrum glass. Is it worth bringing the jumping machine from your old base and plug it in to ME for the redstone? No. Are you set FB2K playback order to random or shuffle? FB2K. Oh, Fubar 2000. Okay. It should be on shuffle track, is what it is. So we have hardened glass being made, but we need to like do this. And that's gonna be done in an alloy smelter. Okay, so we can't put in this one. I wasn't sure if this needed, if this had like some special thing in here, like this one does. All right, so we should be able to craft this. And then we need gelid cryothium. That's a gelid cryothium assembler. I don't know if we have a gelid cryothium assembler. I'm gonna say we don't. You know what? We do have a fluid extractor for ender pearls. But we don't have that hooked up to applied energistics. That's the problem. Well, we have a second one set up. I guess we can get rid of this other one then. There's no point in having it here. How much Resident Ender do we have? A fairly decent amount. Yeah, let's just get rid of this thing. I made a mistake. Cryo-stabilized ducts on energy production soon? Well, I mean, it's better than just putting points on every single thing that needs power. Alright, so we have over here, I think it's this one. So we can make cryothium. So gelid cryothium. Yeah. If I want to make like 300 of those, looks like we can do it. Did I collect a lot of gelic cryothium from a planet? I don't remember, did I? It looks like we do have some. So we just need an assembler with gelic cryothium. No, that's Resident Ender. Advanced assembly machine. All right. Wrench, screwdriver, button. Interface. Do I have two assemblers with Ender? No. This one right here is how I realized that we actually had something making Ender. No, we set up a mixer is what it was. This guy. Is my armor out of juice or are you just seeing it wrong? Oh yeah, the power is purple. Yep. All right, so we need a fluid export. There's a mod to restore the classic RF look on the Ender IO armor. Oh, it doesn't bother me at all. I just know it's got full power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this will be a 7 connection. All right, I need to put that pattern in there and then we should be good to go. So if I want to make like 20 of those, I guess we can cancel that. I don't remember where we got the cryothium from. Was it from a planet? Oh, what did I name the interface? Oh, Resident Ender. Ah. You guys are absolutely right. You think it was from a maze of some sort, the one where you grabbed a bunch of factory blocked laboratory blocks. So that might have been one of the moon ones. I'm not sure. Could you make cryo with fluid transposers? Yeah, Kazum, most of the recipes in this mod pack have been modified from the default. So pretty much everything you know from previous modded Minecraft packs don't really apply to this one as far as recipes go. Sorry to distract me at the end. No, it's not a distraction. That's something that it needs to be fixed. No, I don't think the cryothium is from the Nether dungeon. You got the pyrothium from that one and lava. I think it might have been the moon ones. Alright, so now we got these things. Now what I want to do is change this up. And now we can just use one flux point for everything. And the other added benefit of this is we can see how much power we're actually using here. Hello, Dutch Savage. Does anyone know how to get the demonic ingots in Project Ozone Light? Yes, it's the same as you get them in pretty much any pack that has the demonic ingots. You get yourself some nether brick. You fill the center full of lava, and then you toss gold in there. You can do that anywhere. So nether brick around the outside, lava in the center, toss gold in. Right? How do you connect the compact machines to AE2? You use these capability adapters. So you attach the compact machine to this. On the inside, you have to use the tunnel and point the tunnel to the face, like you normally do with the tunnels, and put another one of these on the inside. And then you can run applied logistics off that. You're welcome. Greg Tech power usage ramps up pretty quickly. Well, I mean, to be fair, we have 32 ore washing plants here, all like working. So it's 1,000 RF per tick per machine, right? Give or take. All right, so the next step of the uranium. Do we want to pulverize them or do we want thermal? I think we want to pulverize them. I don't think we're really ever going to thermal centrifuge because this is just so slow. That is just so slow. So now we need, what, 32 pulverizers? Is that what we're going to do? And then 32 centrifuges? Are we really doing this? The digital miner has a very small range. Like, you might be able to use it to get glowstone, but like placing the block down, putting power onto it, telling it to go, and then waiting for it to slowly pull in all the stuff for like 32 block radius and then having to move again, like it's really not worth doing that. Hypno, how do you create a crafting table? I'm struggling. You might have to look on the Minecraft wiki for that one. I don't have a recipe for a macerator or a pulverizer. What about centrifuge? We're missing nickel dust. We need SMD capacitors. Let's tell the system to make like a bunch more of these. So we need polyethylene with a thin polyvinyl chloride and aluminum foil. Ah, okay. That's in what machine? Polyethylene. Okay. So we need a recipe for aluminum foil and the thin poly. So we already have aluminum plate recipe, so we just need a metal bender recipe for the foil. And the other one is a polyvinyl chloride. Is there no other way to get glowstone? I'm sure we'll be able to set up like a witch farm or something later on. Don't we have that set up somewhere? No, I'm thinking of something else. What glass am I using for the base? This is Glax from X-Tones. So vinyl chloride is made from ethylene and chlorine. I think we're just gonna make up a big batch of this stuff real quick. So oxygen, no, I think we'll just do it this way. We need 64 ethylene. Well, we're making ethylene over here, aren't we? Sulfuric acid and ethanol. I wish I knew what we were making here. I mean, I guess I can just make this stuff. Is that what it is? We're out of ethanol? We don't have filters on these. We're using different colors. Okay, so I was thinking we were making ethylene here, but we're making hydrofluoric and chloroform, and we're skipping the ethylene stage. Okay, so we're not making ethylene here. What are we doing here? We're making sulfuric acid. Yeah, ethanol and sulfuric makes this stuff. So I guess the question is, epoxy circuit board. Okay, so we were never doing anything. I thought we were making ethylene here or something, but no. No, so to make ethylene, sulfuric plus ethanol. So I don't need this chlorine. Hello, MLDEG. How do we make ethanol? Was it the biomass? We really need to get this thing like automated. I think it was the biomass. Ah, the plant balls. We have all the plant balls now, so we can do that real simple. I think we're doing water. All right, let's do this. Do we have a biomass drive? Perfect. Okay, so we're just gonna set up a thing that's just gonna make biomass now. So we need a brewing machine. We need water going into that. And we're also gonna need an import bus. Or I wonder, can we just do a fluid interface? Let's give this a try. So this guy, we are going to provide water. Extract, insert, always active. Oh, we need to screwdriver it. Insert, extract, always active. Okay, so now we're getting water in there. We need to give it plant balls. And then we need to extract always active, insert. That's all we needed to do. It's that simple. So this is really slow for right now, but it's just going to be continually going. So let's speed it up to get it going a little bit faster. I don't have another battery throw in there, so it's just gonna not work for a little bit. All right, so we should have a decent amount of biomass to make some ethanol out of. So ethanol, we need a distillery with a number 0 chip. Bum, 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 bum. Those need to be nano. You wonder if you can extract, insert batteries? Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna have to tell the system to craft up like 300 stainless steel or something along those lines, so we have that. That's like one of the slowest points of our production these days. RDM, hello. I did not say hello to you. Happy Friday to you as well. It looks like you might have to shift click the cadmiums to charge it in the machines. I don't think that's true. See, it's charging up by itself right now. The problem is it doesn't charge the machines that like aren't being used. Like it'll charge up for a certain point and then it'll stop charging until this machine does something. See, like right now, it just stopped charging. For what reason? I don't know. Like it was charging and then it's like, nope, not gonna charge anymore. But if I put it back in here, it won't do anything until this machine has done something and then it'll charge again. If I put it into a machine that's currently doing something, if there's extra power, it'll charge up. Yeah, it's weird. It used to not be like that until I did the latest update of this pack. It would just always charge, like every machine acted like a battery charger. But now it doesn't. I don't know why. So many tiny piles. So you guys were saying there's something like a compactor, not a compactor, packager? What were you guys talking about that would take a 3x3 and convert it into the item? Yeah, we're gonna be getting like stupid amounts of tiny piles for all these ores that we're washing. Like, we're getting so much cinnabar stuff right now. The packager? Is that what it's called? These guys from Greg Tech? Wouldn't like an RF Tools crafter or something be better? I don't know. I don't even know what all this cinnabar is used for. I don't know if it's worth like keeping all this stuff. Obviously, since you're getting it as a byproduct from like washing redstone, it's probably going to be important for something. But I don't think we've had to use cinnabar for anything. Lazurite. Sodalite. Was that it? Looks like all the tiny piles are taken care of now. Much better. Oh, the cinnabar for mercury. Packager would do all tiny dusts rather than just the 8 recipes you define. What do you... I don't understand. Rather than just the 8. You can do the same thing with, what am I thinking of? Translocators? Translocator might be the best option, actually, for that. Translocator, you can put a diamond nugget and regulate. So put this, say like that's your interface. You can regulate this one to only accept 9 of these things. Maybe I have to hold one at a time to do that. So that would ensure you only get 9 of one item in at a time, I think. No, actually, that'll just keep pulling items. I think you need to do that with a glowstone. Yeah, that's the problem. If you put 1 in there, it'll... You need it so like it only pulled 9 when 9's available. Because that still wouldn't work. And I don't know how to do that. Nope, this isn't gonna work. Greg Tech robotic arms do that? They'll only grab 9 items when there's 9 available? That's kind of cool. We need to turn this guy off. You're having trouble auto-crafting 1K storage cells. It won't do the component. You have it connected to an interface and assembler. What are you doing wrong? Are you playing in this pack? First of all, I need to know if you're playing in this pack. All the monsters, I have no idea, dude. No idea. But generally speaking, if you have the recipes right and it's not auto-crafting, it's generally because your patterns are set to or dictionary substitute. So like you might have one type of steel and another type of steel, and it won't pull like both of those at the same time. Like I'll do one or the other. So that's why I pretty much make all of my patterns prevent substitutions. You might want to look at that. Like change all your patterns so they are preventing substitutions and try again. Yep, no problem. Good luck. I don't have the sheep feet. So we were trying to make ethylene. We made the distillery. Oh no, yeah, we're making ethanol. So I guess I can use the same interface if I filter water. So we filter water going in there. If I use a their fluid conduit here. This one we're going to filter biomass. And that used a number 0. Oh, that's right. I need to set this thing so it accepts from the back. Oh. Well, I guess what we can do is do this. Turn this thing off. And then screwdrive it. And then turn it back on. Maybe that's what we should do. I don't know, do we want round robin on or not? Maybe we want round robin on. It's taking it so long to get this over here. What's the deal? I'm not even sure it's extracting out of this. Is the machine just pushing it over? I think it's only getting biomass from this machine. I don't think this machine is... Yeah, I'm confused on how this is working. Why am I not extracting... Okay, let's try doing this. Oh, that's an item conduit. I'm confused. I'm extracting round robin disabled. We're filtering biomass, but it's not extracting the biomass. It's like only extracting this first column, and that's it. What if I try a different side? Or a different column? Okay, so this doesn't work. I need another fluid interface then. That's really weird. Oh, there's two different types. Yeah, it was the right biomass. There's only one type of biomass. There's fermented and regular. We were using regular. You think it's busy pulling water is a problem? Like, it's not. It pulls water just a little bit at a time. Look how long, like, it's waiting. Okay, now we should be set up so we're just automatically making ethanol. Yeah, there's a drive for ethanol. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to insert it into the system. Okay, we have ethanol and sulfuric acid.
It's all bang, bang, bloody bang.
So now we should be able to make ethylene in a chemical reactor. We're not setting up the automation for this right now. Like the biomass and the ethanol stuff, that's fine. We'll have plenty of that for later, next time we need to make more. But right now, I just want to make a bunch of ethylene. No, we originally did wood gas for our first ethylene, I believe, right? Or for our first ethanol. Oh man, okay, so what are we doing then? We're making ethylene with a chemical reactor, sulfuric and ethanol. Was this the last? What else is ethanol used for? Because I know we did something else with it. No, I think the last time we made ethylene, we were doing it this way: sulfuric acid, ethanol. Wood gas is by far the easiest. Yeah. Meh. So we can just let this process and we'll get our ethylene.
It's all bang, bang, bloody bang.
Do we still have our pyrolyzed oven making wood gas at the other base? Like, if we have another way of doing this. Yeah, I think we set up our pyrolyzed oven to just make creosote. Oh, it's doing MV. That's adorable. How cute. You guys remember when we used to run on MV? The ethanol I use for unstable mana? So if we are... Would it be worth me setting up this tree farm at our main base, collecting wood, to go through like a supercharged pyrolyzed oven that's making wood gas? Like, if we brought that up to HV, maybe doing what, like 15 seconds? The excess mineral? Man, we can make methane and our carbon dioxide. We only have 108,000 spruce wood so far. Only. No, I don't think we'd leave the MV one. Like, this is powering our... Like, we'd make another pyrolyzed oven is what we would do. Because that's still powering these things. This is like our oh crap backup power. And I actually come to think about it. This right here... all these turbo diesel generators, this really should be our oh crap backup power. Or alternatively, I guess if we powered up a bunch of batteries, our batteries could be our oh crap backup power. I don't know. It's too many things to think about, and I'm getting like super distracted from what we're doing. How much extra, like how much mineral do we have, I wonder? What is this one, right? No, it wasn't this one. This one. Yeah, I guess we are getting a hefty supply of mineral. So if we hook that up to go into a pyrolyzed oven, making wood gas, we could throw away the charcoal or maybe just fill up a cache and throw the rest of it away after we've reached maximum capacity. Because something's going to have to happen here because eventually we're going to run out of this. Does it have to be the nickel coil blocks for this? Or can we use any of the coils? It does have to be nickel. How do you pronounce that? And we don't have any of this stuff. I don't have a recipe for electric pump MV, which doesn't good electronic or integrated. Okay, so we have everything except for this electric pump MV. Electric motor MV. Okay. 2 rubber, a copper cable, medium stainless. Oh no, medium steel. Rubber rings? The motor? What was the last thing? Copper. Copper cable. Alright, then that all has to be done. A molten bronze assembler. I am not sure we have molten bronze. Is there a way to do that without the assembler? Yes. We might just do it this way. Just to make our life easier, because we're not going to be auto-crafting this stuff. So bronze rotor. All those Stone Age materials, I know, right? We need a bronze ring as well. Okay, so hammer, file, screwdriver. So screwdriver and a wrench. Pyrolyze oven. And then the multi-block, we need output, output. Output hatch, output bus. Input bus, hatch, energy input. How's the pack going today? Today it's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. The extruder is slower. Yep. The bending machine bends things like it says that it does faster. All armor is repaired? Yes, it is. What are we doing right now? We're making a pyrolyzed oven. Is that a Cupro nickel? So that's 8 per block. And we need 16. Alright, we need to make some of this stuff. That's nickel and copper dust. And you just smelt that normally, right? You'll pretend you know what a pyrolyzed oven is? It's a thing that smelts lots of wood into charcoal and it makes a byproduct gas. We're trying to get wood gas out of it so we can turn that into ethylene, which we need for other stuff. It's an oven that pyrolyzes, obviously. Duh. Alright, so there's our 16 Cupro nickel. Is that even how you pronounce that? Cupro nickel? I guess, I don't know. And then what else do we need for this multi-block? ULV machine casing. I kind of wish there's another way to make that other than like in-world crafting. So every one of those requires 8. And we need how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 12. Don't you just love a good rabbit hole? Absolutely. Cupro nickel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I said I needed 12, so we need half more stack, right? Rabbit holes are a form of fake difficulty. How do we end up on the pyrolyzed oven? We're trying to make ethylene. Noachi MC just resub for 14 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate that. I'm gonna assume we're gonna have more blast furnace down this row. So we are gonna start the pyrolyze oven here. This one's an input hatch and then an input bus. Input hatch. Input bus. Output hatch. Output bus. This thing. How are we out of magnesium? Cardinals rule dropping 500 bits. Thank you so much for the 500. Appreciate that. Thank you, Cardinals. You just got killed on your third hardcore world because a skeleton didn't miss a shot and hit you into lava. RIP. That sucks, dude. If you have a problem with skeletons, maybe make a shield. Otherwise, learn to use the terrain to like make them not shoot at you. I mean, I don't really know what else to try and help you avoid that kind of a situation, but that sucks. Magnesium dust. Olivine? I feel like, oh, biotite's making magnesium. So shouldn't we have a whole bunch of that over here? Oh, I'm trying to make the wrong thing, aren't I? This is max EU per tick 1024. So we should just make one of these. All right, so we want wood gas. And that comes from the pyrolyzed oven on a number 5. Or number 6? So number 5 or a number 6. I don't understand why it's either or, but it is what it is. So program circuit. Input bus. Oh, there's a difference? Okay, hold on. Let me go back and look at that. I did not notice that. So number 5 costs 64 EU per tick and takes 32 seconds. The number 6 costs 96 EU per tick and takes 16 seconds. So we'd probably want on the number 6 then. Oh, that also requires nitrogen too. No, we wanted the number 5. I didn't see the nitrogen thing. Nah, let's just do it this way. So we need an export bus. Fluid export. Wait. No, I don't want a fluid export. I want a regular export. And we're gonna export mineral wood. Going to throw some accelerators in there. We aren't inputting any fluid, so that doesn't really need to be there. So the output bus, that's where a charcoal is gonna come from, and then an output hatch over here, we want a fluid import. Yeah, the original base one is for creosote, and it's still powering our boilers over there. This is specifically to make wood gas and to fill up our ME system full of wood gas. What are the next coils for that oven? There are none. That's just the multi-block. I kind of want to make this faster though. I feel like I should be able to take this output bus and put it over here. And then I feel like I should be able to do another energy input hatch over here. I don't know. We're gonna try it. We're just gonna try. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, trust me. What's it doing? Oh, we're just crafting the stainless steel. Okay, yeah, so that still works. So this is a 4, so that should be able to power both of those. So we want we'll just make sure not to touch these wires. And before I die. And before I die. I should change those. Zap, I just died. Oh, you know what? We can face this upwards, can't we? You know what? I'm just gonna change these out before I kill myself. I don't trust it. Markintosh coming in with a tier 3 36-month 3-year resub. Mark, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 36 months. Appreciate you. Keep doing what I'm doing. I'll keep trying. Why would I use insulated wires? Because I don't have insulated wires on AutoCraft. It's called being lazy, okay? It's called being lazy. We only need 2 of those sped up. The rest of them can just go at their own pace. Asian Kid says, hi, Amno. Finally got to catch a stream. Thanks for all that you do. You are welcome. Welcome to the live stream. That seems reasonable at this point now. It's not that a 2 EU per tick loss is completely unacceptable. It's the fact that why even bother with the lower cables anymore? Like, we're at the point where we can make the the better ones. So let's just make the better ones. I didn't forget to partition it. See how it's yellow and not green? It's partitioned. You don't have to answer, but may I ask if you own your own house? Because we recently got fully approved to buy, and we move in on or before the 30th. You're wondering what to do or look for first. Yes, I own my own home, but as far as like house buying tips and tricks and things like that, I don't know. I had my house built. I bought a brand new house. So as far as looking for things, like I would get a home inspector. If you haven't yet, I assume you've done that already if you're moving in, but I don't know what you're talking about looking for first. What to do or look for first. Maybe you can be more specific. You recently got a fully approved to buy and you move in on or before the 30th. Yeah, it's a little late to look for or what to do first. Yeah, you gotta be more specific on what you're asking, bud. Yeah, the first thing I did before even looking for a house to buy was find internet speeds. That was #1 priority. Internet, does it snow? Does it have high-speed internet? We good. That was my set of priorities. Which one is this one? This is B535. B535. Yeah, I lived in Montana for like, I don't know, 15 years or so. Like I'm good with snow. I want to move somewhere where there was no snow. Hey, no, can you tell me how to do the thing with the stuff? Is a clear enough question? What are things that you should look at replacing or possibly adding into the house before moving fully into the house? I mean, carpet would probably be the #1 thing because you're going to have all your stuff in there. And if you want your carpet replaced, it's going to be a real pain after moving all your stuff in to like move it all out again to replace the carpet and then move it back. So that would probably be one of the first things I would recommend. That's if you need carpet. Maybe if you have a wood floor, you want it like redone. I mean, I don't know. I can't really think of much else. Like if you've already had it, like a home inspector go through it and you're good to go. I mean, paint might be another thing if you want to paint the house. That way you don't have to worry about covering all your stuff. Paint and carpet probably be the #1 things. If you need any of that stuff done. But again, I'm a first-time home buyer and I bought a brand new house, so I don't have experience in that. Yeah, there's no way that we can... It would be hard for us to make... It would be hard for us to use more than what we're making, is what I'm trying to say. Do we have overflow set up into this thing? We do. So that we have that. Charcoal is probably another one that we're going to want to look at. Because we're just going to be collecting all sorts of charcoal. We probably want a storage bus, some kind of a cache setup. So charcoal will go there because charcoal is something that we do need. So we can fill up a cache full of that stuff and then dump it into here as our secondary source. Okay, so storage bus and this cache. I have no idea where to put this. I guess we could put it into our... Well, it doesn't really make sense. I was gonna say we could put it over into that other one where we had the caches on storage buses, but that doesn't really make sense. We could put it here. Kind of keep it together with where it's being produced. That makes a little bit more sense. So this needs to be a priority of 1001. We're gonna put this on insert only, so we don't see that anymore. Okay, all of our charcoal will end up in that cache. And now we can set it to bidirectional. Your house uses solar water heater, so basically warm water every day that may cold water become unacceptable. Yeah, we are out of glowstone because we had a thing set up that was exporting all of our glowstone into a fluid extractor. So we have 4,000 buckets of energized glowstone. We don't have to worry about making any more of that. So any more glowstone that we collect in the future is just going to be for our normal use. Okay, that's fine. Plenty of wood gas. Yeah, we can just let that thing go and go and go and we'll be fine. Did I die in vanilla? Yes. Oh, I'm sure we'll probably use all that energized glowstone we have at some point. Let's go collect some actual glowstone that hasn't been melted down. We don't need nearly as much as what we collected before, but we do need some. Why is there a zombie here? Father Roberto. So that's a special zombie. Mending on it, that's not bad. Yeah, I forgot that there are special like boss zombies that spawn that drop like unique armor. Dude, that blaze is still looking at me. Stop looking at me, dude. This is what I'm looking for. I don't think we need, I don't think we need that. You should use a mod pack with the special mod that adds seeds that grow iron, glowstone, dust, blaze rods, etc. So you're talking about I should use a mod pack that has mystical agriculture? I mean, that'd be different than the mod pack that I am playing. I have played plenty of packs that have that kind of stuff in it.
Sleepless in a distant dream, slowing up the speed of time. Don't let me crash down tonight. I just wanna feel what I feel, what I feel. When it's just you and me, I'm falling on my knees just to see if I can still bleed. 'Cause with you I'm super.
I wouldn't say magical crops is boring. It depends on the pack. Like, some packs require stupid amounts of resources, like Project Ozone 2 Kappa, for instance. And magical crops makes a lot of sense. Catherine just reset for 17 months. Catherine, welcome back. Thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate you. Where'd the little guy go?
Everything is new in love. It's stronger than the both of us. Together we can spark a flame and freeze the world to numb the pain. I just wanna feel what I feel, what I feel. When it's just you and me, I'm falling on my knees.
So what do you do when a mod pack doesn't have a quest? Explore mods you haven't played with before? Try and make crazy automations out of the mods that you do have? Or, you know, you could just get bored and look at playing another pack. There are quite a few mod packs that I played to start playing modded Minecraft that didn't have quest books, because quest books weren't even a thing at that time. Vanilla has no quests unplayable? Well, that's not necessarily true. The advancements are technically quests. They're giving you things to do and not telling you how to do them. Charles, the second time you told me to play another pack, I'm not really looking for suggestions on packs to play. I don't look for new packs to play until I am done with whatever I'm currently playing and I'm looking for something different to play. Or if I have asked chat for recommendations. If you don't like what I'm currently playing, that's cool. I'm sure there's another broadcaster on Twitch that you can go check out. But I'm currently not looking for suggestions for what to play. That high-speed eating action, though. Xylox just resub for 2 months. Xylox, welcome back. Thank you for the 2 months of support and for using your Twitch Prime. I do appreciate that. Where is that stupid Crimson Praetor? I don't know where it is. Up higher? Hmm. Rude, and now you die. It's gotta be in this way a little bit. Is that him right there? Well, that's somebody anyway. Wasn't really worth going after that guy. I was shooting him. I didn't even look at the boss bar. I was shooting him, and it sounded, the way the arrows were hitting, it didn't seem like the arrows were doing damage to him. So I thought I had to hit him with a sword. I looked up at his boss bar, and I saw like my sword wasn't really doing that much because he was regenning so fast. So I was like, all right, back to the bow. Golden Pants of Pointlessness. I mean, those might have been getting good earlier on, but earlier on, would you have even been able to kill it? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't understand some of these bosses in this mod pack. Unbreaking 18, my god. Well, I mean, we can get like over 20 unbreaking right now, and I think you can get up to 35 or something. Like, our drill right now has unbreaking 13 on it. Our armor has unbreaking 25 on the feet. 27 on the leggings. I mean, compared to vanilla, it seems ridiculous. And it still is kind of ridiculous. Not gonna, like, downplay it much, but, like, we're able to get that pretty commonly. Is it just unbreaking 30? It might be. Unbreaking 80. Alright, I think we're good. Oh boy. Alright. 10,000 glowstone, that should last us a minute or two. Man, still not done with doing this redstone? How are we making purified, but the crushed redstone isn't going anywhere? Oh, I guess it just goes slower. There's no seeds in this pack to grow things like resources, guys. Oh yeah. There we go. Charcoal should end up going in here when our cache overfills. How are we doing on wood gas? Are we like keeping up over here? This one. I may need an acceleration on that. There we go. Now we're definitely keeping up. This probably doesn't need 4 of them. Okay. What about the ethylene? The ethylene we had being produced over here. We're gonna swap that over from what we were doing to the wood gas. I don't think we have dilute sulfuric acid anymore. I'm probably just gonna not try and keep that fluid. Yeah, we're not gonna keep that. We'll just break this thing. All right, so ethylene. From a distillery.
I saw signs right before my eyes, but it took me time to care. No excuses, I'm feeling useless 'cause you're not playing fair. We've been played by the hand we laid, knowing we will never win.
You guess after about a week of that farming, you're gonna break all the glowstone in the nether? Possibly. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to farm glowstone. Like, you can get it from processing redstone, which I guess we're gonna be doing. We'll be getting a lot of it this way. So impure redstone turns into redstone, and then we also get 3 tiny piles. And then also, I think there's another way that we were getting it. So, oh no. Yeah, we're gonna pulverize the purified redstone to get the rare earth, and we get this purified redstone. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the rare earth way, I think. Is it a drop from witches and deep mob learning? I mean, you can get these witch hats from the pristine. 3 witch hats turn into 6. But you have to do this previous step, the alchemical matter infuser. Is it max time already? Do you want to come say hi again? Want to come up here? It's max time. How fluffy. He's super fluffy. What does your FTB launcher always fail on part 6, and how do I fox it? Oop. He drooled. He saw his drool dropping down. That's what he's going after. He's like, what was that? Yeah, you just drooled on me. Thank you. Ah, this cat. Yeah, that was you. You did that. That tail? Yeah, this tail is like the fluffiest. It is like super, super, super fluffy. Cats can drool. Yeah, Max tends to drool when he starts kneading, and he was kneading on my palm there. I hear that it's more common in male cats to do that. I don't know. You have a cat that drools in his sleep sometimes? Yeah, Max only seems to do that when he starts like kneading. We want wood gas. That's what I was trying to figure out. What am I doing? We're doing wood gas. So that's going to be insert, extract always active, extract always active. Oh, I have to click the There we go. This needs a chip, huh? A number 1. Your cat doesn't really eat your hands. All right. We have ethylene production, boys. What are you doing? You want to come back up? Come on. No. He's kneading on like the chair mat, which is like a super hard surface. I don't know what he's doing. Like he wants attention. Come on. Come on. Nope, he just gonna stay down there. All right. Max, get on my lap right now. And there we go. Now we have ethylene coming into the system. Perfect. Now, why did we need ethylene? Oh, that's right. We were trying to do polyvinyl for something. Vinyl chloride. We're trying to make this thin polyvinyl chloride sheet to make SMD capacitors. I feel like this is probably something that we are going to just produce a little bit of and not set up an automation for. You're only 2 decades into this pack? What does that mean? I'm so far, you just started this pack. Well, we are currently 342 hours into it. Yeah, this is probably the easiest way. So a bucket of ethylene, 2 buckets of chlorine. Do I have chlorine in this? There you go. So to turn that into vinyl chloride, we need a chemical reactor. Which one of these had chlorine in it? This one. Oh, I'm gonna need... Oops. Reds are... Oh. What else is this thing making? Hydrochloric. Yeah, we're gonna want that too. Hydrochloric and vinyl chloride. So the hydrochloric we can put into here. Polyvinyl chloride is the vinyl chloride plus oxygen. We'll get that from the old base. You've been to 1,000 hours in a mod pack? I mean, if you're enjoying yourself, that's all that really matters, right? Oh, we don't have any oxygen. You know what? We're making oxygen over at the base. Do I remember right? This should be oxygen right here. There we go. So vinyl chloride and oxygen. Isn't that the recipe? Oh, I need a number 0. Oh, and that uses not as much vinyl chloride. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna need a whole bunch of oxygen for this. How do I like the astral teleport system? It's alright. It's better than not having a teleport system. It's annoying for a pack like this that has the hot or not mod where you start floating around trying to like aim at the thing and then hold shift and stuff. Oh, we filled up on this. Polyvinyl chloride. I think we're gonna call it right there. So polyvinyl chloride and this vinyl chloride, polyvinyl. So we were in the process of trying to make the polyvinyl chloride sheet. So we need polyvinyl chloride sheets. John, thank you for resubbing for 5 months. I do appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Polyvinyl. Yeah, we don't have a lot of that. Okay, so poly V. Now we need a fluid solidifier and a plate mold. do, do. Might as well get that battery charging up while we're doing this. Am I married? I am not married. Are you interested? How you doing? Yeah, you're probably interested, aren't you, Bulldogs? Don't even play. I mean, I'm 14. Well, I mean, in some states that might be. Possibly? No, no, no. That's weird. You think you need a different country for that one? All right. So we should be good on the whole polyvinyl chloride sheets for a little while. That's the important thing. School starts on Monday where you are. Thank goodness. Every summer here on Twitch, it's just the trolling from like the young kids just gets super, super, super annoying. All right, so now we should be able to do the SMD capacitor. Sweet. Now, why do we need to do that? I think we were going to make a whole bunch of macerators or something. Was it the macerator? Pulverizer? Do I only have a cat? I do only have a cat. Yep, it's just me and Max here. How you coined it, drive-by trolling. Well, I wouldn't say I've coined it. I've heard other people call it that before, so I can't claim that. But that's what it is, just like random people stopping in to troll and then they leave. They're just doing a drive-by trolling. Ooh, that's a lot of Cinnabar. Well, if we needed Cinnabar, we now have it. So am I going to become a crazy cat guy? No. There's a certain point, like after you have 3 cats, I think. Like once you have 3 or more cats, or maybe just more than 3, something like that. Then you cross into that crazy cat lady territory. I only have 1 cat. But like, if you look at a lady who has 10 cats, you can say crazy cat lady. If you look at somebody who has like 3 cats, that's a little bit more acceptable. But no, I don't plan on having like more than Max right now. Crazy doesn't start until 40 cats. You have plenty of room, just saying. Just kidding. I don't know if 40. Like, if you look at somebody that's got like 10 cats, that's kind of... That's in that territory. Man, we've almost gone through all of our redstone ore in the wash. That's awesome. No. He's playing with a microphone stand. I guess he's fine until he starts like thumping the microphone stand, and then I'm gonna have to like put an end to it. You say 2.9 cats? If you have 10 cats and 10 kids, it will be okay too? Possibly. One cat for every family member in the house if it's their cat. I'd say that's fair. Although growing up, we had one cat to share between all the family members, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's obvious exceptions to the rule. Like if you're breeding cats or whatever. But if you just have like, you know, 100 cats, you got a problem. 10 kids is crazy. Jackster says, you just have a pet shrimp? I didn't know shrimps could be pets, but I guess like technically you can jail any life in the world and say it's your pet. Technically. You have a lizard? I have a bunch of lizards out on my front porch. Like every time I look out there, there's like 3 or 4 of them. Zelda says, no, you are my pet now. Yeah, about that. I'm gonna take a pass. Yeah, we're gonna do a pass on that one. Pass. I don't know what I'm doing right now. What are we doing? We just made a whole bunch of the vinyl chloride. We made the SMDs. We were trying to craft something that required the SMDs, and I don't remember what that was. Sit, Hypno, sit. I think we were gonna do more macerators or pulverizers, but we don't have that on auto craft, so I'm not sure what it was that we were trying to craft that required it. No, I wasn't trying to craft Lapatron crystals. Check the use of the yellow things. Max got up really quick and like was thinking about leaving the room. He heard a sound somewhere, I guess. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, it was either the pulverizer. It had to have been the pulverizer first is what we were gonna do. Universal macerator. You're playing Stone Block, and the first reward you got was 4 Draconic Cores. Nice, dude. One for you to Envy, just reset for 15 months. Thank you so much for the 15 months, Envy. I appreciate ya. Heard something about pets being trapped animals, so that means prisoners are pets too, prison guards, since say humans are animals? Yes. You could look at it that way. You absolutely could look at it that way. So I don't have a recipe for a diamond grinding head. Tungsten and steel. That's a tungsten grinding head. Diamond grinding head. All right, so we are gonna need some nickel dust and some diamond dust. Well, that's easy. Easy. Really, we need more diamonds? Yeah, I saw that we have the purified stuff or whatever, but it's fine. So is it that this costs too much? All right, we're gonna do this. We need to upgrade our crafting storage, but until we do that, I'm just gonna put these together so this will work. Whew, what a fun craft. I want to do something with the uranium. Yeah, we're gonna macerate the uranium, and then we're gonna take that stuff and then centrifuge it. So exactly what we're working on right now. You wonder if Hypno is real or an AI? Yes. That's exactly what I am. Real or an AI. But which one? All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I haven't taken a break today. 6 hours. I'm gonna fill my water, stand up, and I'll be right back. Burp. All right, I'm back. Oh, actually, one second. All right, now I'm back. What were those fluid containers you were using for the polyvinyl chloride? Those were reservoirs. They're from thermal expansion. Or thermal dynamics, or one of the thermal mods. So stainless steel, we should distribute that a little bit. You know, I never cleaned this up. Let's clean this up. Laboratory blocks. Laboratory. Laboratory. There you go. All fixed. So how much power is our system currently using right now? 98,000 FE per tick. And these are still producing more than enough power for that. Coca-Cola, nice. You want to come up again? What are you doing? There he goes. Don't eat the microphone. It's like my little duster. You can't turn away from the camera, you have to look at it. You don't want to purr into the mic? It's its Roomba. All right. Go on. No. No, you're just gonna hang out on my armrest? That's fine. I didn't need my armrest anyway. I'll just play one-handed. It's fine. I will just reach over you to play. It's fine, Max. You're totally not in the way. It's cool. Oh man, we got so many of these processors that we need to do. Hi. And put your head up. And put your head up a little higher so people can see you. There you go. Cat in the Lab gaming is so much more difficult than it sounds. Alright. He needs a cat bed at the same height as a chair so he'll chill with me. Yeah, I got one that's kind of... I mean, I guess I could move it closer to the chair. The thing is, I have it far enough away from the desk so he doesn't use it as like a stair step to get up on the desk, which he knows he's not supposed to do. But yeah, I have one that's almost chair height with me. Are we done with the redstone? It looks like it. We got a bunch of netherrack dust, and then we got a bunch of the cinnabar. I would do a cat cam, but Max doesn't sit in that chair or in his little cat tree thingy long enough that I feel like it's worth the investment. If he hung out there more often, maybe when he gets older, I'll do that, but it doesn't really make sense because he hangs out in the other room a lot. Hangs out in like the living room or the main room or whatever. All right, how much longer we got here? We have 4 more scheduled. It's got to craft a total of 38 more of those things. Goodness, how are we doing on this? It's still crafting 250. But we have all 5 of our blast furnace working on it. Oh, it looks like we just made our very first macerator. My cat's not anti-social. He sleeps during the day while I'm streaming, mostly. He comes in here every now and then, but like usually he's just out in the other room, kind of like up on his cat tree asleep. Maybe he wants it quieter and I make a lot of noise in here. I mean, I don't know. Cat cam in the living room so I know what he's doing. I mean, I could wire, you know, cameras all over the house, but that seems a little ridiculous. So I need 4 of these. And then I need osmium. I think 16 of those. And then we are going to need a bunch more of this superconducting wire. Which means we need tungsten and the barium dust. Tungsten dust. From tungstate. Okay, so we have a bunch of the tungstate dust. And we electrolyze that with the higher tier one that we have at the other base. Actually, don't we have the higher tier one hooked up over here already? No, that's an assembly machine. Didn't we have another one? Maybe not. We need to go get that assembly thing from over there and bring it over here. It's this thing, isn't it? So we have hydrogen going into this. I guess we could just use this. Lapatron. So we're gonna need 36 tungsten. Oh, you know, we have a bunch of tungsten dust. I didn't realize that. So tungsten dust. We just blast furnace that. That's really not that big of a deal, but it does take 600 seconds at medium voltage. So we would be, yeah, 300 seconds at high voltage. 150 seconds, so it's still going to take a minute for all that tungsten to go through. I guess we could move the stainless steel out of here and have that do the osmium. We'll split this up between our other ones. Okay, so that stuff is going. Where are these nano processors being made? Right here? Oof. So are we gonna have a problem? It looks like we're gonna have a problem. I'm guessing this is another one that needs to be pointed downwards. So nano CPU. In an assembler, we need fine electrum wire. Yeah, so the only thing we're waiting on right now is the stainless steel to be processed. And then we're waiting on this osmium to be processed so we can make our tungsten for the superconducting wire. And then we need barium. This is the other thing that we need. So that stuff comes from... No, I guess it was the tiny piles? Small piles? No? Yttrium barite dust. Okay. So 6 of that electrolyzed gives us sulfur and barium. So now we need an electrolyzer. How many do we need? 7 of those? 17. So we're gonna need like 3 stacks of this stuff done. Battery. Speedy up a little bit. I'm gonna fill up an oxygen. All right, good enough. We'll let this thing finish up. All right, so we have the barium dust that we need for the superconducting wires. So we're just missing the tungsten, and we are waiting on our blast furnace to finish up with the osmium. You need building ideas for your world. Any suggestions? Build a big glass dome to cover your crops. Yeah. That's my building suggestion for you. A big glass dome to cover your crops. Make a big greenhouse. I really wish I could make this thing go fast. Like, we're pretty much at the highest speed that we can go at this point in time. Here's one for you, Hypno. Acceleration wand or time in a bottle. The acceleration wand can be better, like if you have a mob farm generating XP constantly, then the acceleration wand can be good. It also depends if it's set to XP or RF, because I think that was another option. If it's set to RF and you have wireless RF, then acceleration wand all day long. Time in a bottle is kind of limited. I mean, we haven't run out of time in our bottle, but I've also like made sure we never did. If we had unlimited use in this, I'd be spamming this on every single thing I possibly could. Another thing is, though, I think the acceleration wands, I think you can put into a mechanical user and they could tick accelerate things like automatically like that. I think you can do the same thing with a time in a bottle, but it'll never regain time unless it's in a player inventory, and you can only have one in your inventory at a time, so it's more limited. Are all of our macerators done now? Woo! 32 universal macerators. Let's go. The CEFs are done. Oh, I made the wrong ones. Crap. Control Z. Acceleration wands can be disabled in machines and config. Man. You want the torturinos? Yeah, that's a great way to lag your world. I remember there being a big discussion on the Hermit pack about having torturinos and how cool they were. And then we were going to remove the mod because everybody was using them in a stupid way. And we had a discussion on how to use them correctly. And everybody's like, okay, we'll be more responsible. We go over to somebody's base and they got it next to like about 50 machines and all sorts of lag is happening there. And it's just like, oh my goodness, they have it on the max setting. And what's more broken and laggy than a torturino? 2 torturinos. Oh, the compressed torturino. I forgot about that. Yeah, if you give yourself like a server setting with tick acceleration, like big range tick acceleration, yeah, nobody's gonna have a good time. All right, thankfully that's almost done, and this we are not close to being done yet. But we can kind of set up the infrastructure. Can I make like 20 of those? It says I can make 20 of them, so let's make 20 of them. I like how we're making tungsten, but it's also using tungsten. I have no idea what it's crafting right now. Is it doing this stuff? I'm gonna take the tungsten out of here. I don't remember how long this stuff takes. Oh, we are crafting up something else. What are we crafting? Alright, so item conduit. We need a bunch of these. So we need pulsating iron. Man, we don't have pulsating iron, huh? How do you make pulsating iron? Ender pearl, dust, plus an iron and an alloy. Arachno coming in with a 3-month resub with Twitch Prime. Arachno, welcome back. Thank you for the 3 months and for dropping your Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. So I guess we're gonna need a pulsating iron nugget recipe as well, and then item conduit. Okay, and then we need fluid conduits. So the ender fluid conduit. We're still doing this recipe here. So we need vibrant. Like 20 of those. You love the automation of AE2. It's a beautiful thing once you get it set up. Yeah, I think Applied Energistics and a mod pack like this go really well together. There's just so many different crafting things and so many micro crafting things. And, you know, even though everything's automated, it still takes time to do stuff. And I think it's good. I like it. You think AE2 is probably the reason these kinds of packs can exist? Can you imagine trying to play a pack like this without AE2? Like, what would you do? You just cry? The only way to speed up the blast furnaces is by increasing the power. Like how much power I can accept. So yes, it is technically possible to increase. We also need the cryo stabilized. And I made 100 of those? All right, let's go. I kind of want to make these things closer together now. Now that we don't have that space between them for the CEF.
Somebody fucking break something.
Actually, I think what would make this better... If I move this stuff over one block... These don't need to be like this. Yeah, we're gonna redo this just a little bit.
We have broken the machine. The end is close. Today we stand united as one.
Alright, so always active, we're extracting.
Disorder over our weapon. We need to slow it down.
I think I'm gonna move this as well. So this guy needs to be moved in one. This will be insert, and that's inserting on red. Okay, so that gets rid of like stuff, so we can stack this up properly now without having to worry about running into things. All right, so we'll say like power wire, and then the macerator's here. So if we have conduit here, we have a space, then power wire, and then our centrifuges. Yeah, so we have plenty of room to do everything that we want to do. These all need to be configured, don't they? You wonder if they port AE2 to 114? Yeah, I'm not... I mean, obviously, they're gonna be an AE equivalent. I'm probably not going to be playing around with 114 packs until, like, the staple mods, the quality of life mods are there. Like, applied energistics is pretty important. And while you can make packs without it, like, none of those packs, like, anybody ever goes back to once there's applied energistics packs, right? I don't know. I want to shift click that into my hotbar, and I shift clicked it into applied energistics. Okay, so those should all be ready to go. Now that's interesting. I didn't know you could access that inventory. Make something that inserts those cards when you need wireless signal. Like if you got a player detector that detects that you're at a certain distance, and then takes them out when you're in the normal distance. Not sure that's really worth doing, but it's interesting that you probably could do that. Wait, these don't need fluid conduits. These are macerators. All right, so these we are going to insert. We're gonna change this color. We're gonna insert on like brown, and then we're gonna extract on red, and then we're gonna connect these conduits to those down below, so they all like go to the same place. But the brown is gonna be coming from a different interface, so we're gonna have to figure that out. Oh, I need to redo this. Always active. This needs to go down one level, actually. The music makes it seem like I'm going into battle. I might be. You will say the refined storage version of Annihilation Planes are better since they can do Fortune 3, if you remember correctly. Yeah, they can do Fortune 3. They could add that feature to Applied Energistics, or somebody could make a mod an add-on mod for Applied Energistics that adds that functionality. Nobody's done that yet. I don't know why, but it is a thing. What music? Is there actually music on this stream? I can't hear it. Mr. Nightmare coming in with a 2-month resub. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that. Thanks for using your Twitch Prime as well. There also needs to be a way to pause auto crafting instead of just cancel within the terminal. Why is that? Yeah, they haven't really done any updates to Applied Energistics 2 in a long time. They added the fluid storage, and that's like the only thing they've added, and now it's pretty much just copy pasta out of another mod. So like they haven't really done any features to Applied Energistics in a very long time. I'm hoping that there still are people that work on it that will port it to 1.14. Otherwise, I guess I'm gonna learn how to do modded Minecraft programming, Forge programming, because I will do it if nobody else is gonna do it. But I'm sure there are people that are working on it. Can I do the tungsten in the other blast furnaces? That's what I want to see. Yes, but they take a long time. But if we can speed this process up, let us speed this process up. Oh, look at all these hot tungsten ingots we have. Huh. I guess we never put that into the vacuum freezer. We never made a recipe for that. You definitely watch me learn Minecraft modding. Hello, Malvac. Nice stream, to be honest. Well, glad you like it. Hypno's Monday mod making streams. Oh boy. I wouldn't mind like working on a mod. Like I think that'd be kind of cool to do. The thing is, I don't know what I would add to modded Minecraft. And that's like the biggest thing that I have. Like I have no idea what I would create. I should add a mod for Max, a sort of raising pet deal. Create a fidget mod. I think there is already a fidget spinner mod. I think there is. You don't think AE2 is being worked on? The last commit on GitHub was 26 days ago? Well, that doesn't mean that's not being worked on. They just haven't publicly committed anything. You were thinking about writing a standalone just for power item fluid transfer, but there's so many power item fluid transfer mods. Like, are you just gonna make a standalone like Ender.io conduit system? What is wrong with the Dink Null mod? I don't I heard that he like is working on it and there's a bug with it, but I have no idea. Like, it worked fine in the version of Humanica 2 that I'm working on, but the next version they removed it. I don't know why. If you start interactions, you have lag at the start, it's not playable for you. Have you increased the memory? Is your computer like from this year or last 5 years? Do you have like enough RAM? Dinknull has a lot of duping bugs, and Password doesn't have time to fix or find the bugs, so he's removing the mod from CurseForge. I don't think I've ever seen any duping bugs with it, but maybe, I don't know, like I don't really pay attention to it. Maybe like if you're pulling items into the Dinknull, it's duping them every now and then? No idea. Doesn't really matter to me. I don't really care about duping issues. We have to do hot tungsten. I pull those out of there. It'd be nice if Ender.io had a capability to be a universal power cable with conversion capabilities. Well, Mechanism does that. Oh man, this is gonna take a while for all this stuff to craft up, isn't it? Let's see what we can do with this right now. Mechanism doesn't have all the pipes being able to be in the same space like Ender.io. You are not wrong. How far am I from a 0-point module? No idea. Far enough that I don't have one? I don't even know where you get this thing. I've been busy. That's one massive ore washing setup. Yeah, it's gonna be a massive pulverizing, a massive centrifuging, and a massive ore washing. You find ZPMs on distant planets to power your stargates? Did I ever turn round robin back on? No, I don't think I did. We're also gonna need sifting machines too, I think. Dude, what are these mobs? Why do they drop random things like this? I need a mob crusher on the compact machine. You're not wrong. What are we doing now? We're still waiting on the hot tungsten steel. Let's go ahead and craft up a whole bunch of those, since those take a while to craft up. Might as well have them pre-crafted for later, because I'm sure we're going to need them. Yeah, exactly. 10 years later. So yeah, these macerators are going to need their own interface. I still need to get them connected down, so let's... May as well just connect them like right here. So that way all the red goes right back into this guy. When these are done macerating or whatever they're doing, then we need an interface set up for brown. So like everything that we want to put into them will get put into them. I feel like we should probably move these interfaces like over here and label them. I think that might make more sense. put this down here in the corner. Goes north. All right, so for the item conduits, I guess we're just gonna do something like this. So this will be insert on red. I need another interface. Alright, so we're extracting water here. We'll have the interface right there. This will be set to water. This one's going to be brown extract. This one's going to be for washing. Right, those are all in green. Yeah. Macerating. Okay. So these all need to be set to round robin. That should theoretically be all we need. Spare interface for the centrifuges, yeah. And these all need to be not shown on terminal as well. I don't know if there's like thunder going on and Max is freaking out, but he like did that thing where he's running towards the door again, like he heard something. Dude, I'm clicking on the sign. Nice mod, whatever's like screwing that up. Okay, I think now we're good, right? Still waiting on this stuff to be processed. Can't really move forward. Don't forget to fix conduits. This conduit? You know what? We ended up losing. I think this item conduit right here has our export speed upgrades, right? I think I need to break that conduit and put like something there that attaches to. Give me those. Oh boy, I didn't want to do that. Always act. Oh, stop placing those things. Always active. Always active. Yeah. Alright, so the items are going back in, no problem. Yeah, we might need speed upgrades for the water. Yeah, we should be fine. Looks like we're gaining now. Will there be a world download for this one? Maybe. If there's enough interest of people want to see it. You remember AE2 Noob you trying to spare channels in any way you could, and here's Hypno using like 5 channels for water distribution. I mean, technically we're using 1 channel for water distribution. These other 4 channels we're using for other things. I really want to get the pulverizers up and running. Looks like we're actually making the superconducting wires now. Oh, yeah, I mean, once you start learning how P2P channels work, like you can be a lot more free with using your channels. Like, it's really not that easy for newcomers to the mod to really understand how channel distribution works and how to like maximize the amount of channels they can send all over the place without running like the dense cables everywhere. Like, I used to be there too. I believe in my Infinity Evolved expert that I did on YouTube. Like, I was running dense cables that are colored all over the place. Like a fool. I didn't know. All right, so we need 1, 2, so 10. So we need like 40 of these cables. 39 because we have one here. You read online that if you fill a Hypno's cup with bits that you instantly become a good at Minecraftology, just saying. That's true. That is very insightful, Jelly Bro. Mr. Tengu with 100 bits, that is false. I guess it's not true, Jelly. I think it's true, but Mr. Tengu disagrees.
I'm painting the sky with a candy green and the clouds with silver lines. I will never say what you meant to me when you ask what's on my mind. The dust that settled down after all this time. Every bit of love's
Almost there.
twisted metal from tears are crying.
Immortal with 500 bits. Get these ugly non-muxies out of here. Boof. Did you even get a single non-muxie bit out of there? Thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, when you start doing sub-networks to carry your P2P signals, like, that's where it just becomes overly complex. And it doesn't need to be that way. Like, that's how I started learning applied energistics, and I wish I didn't. Like, it's good to know, I suppose, but it's not good in practice to use.
So I'm painting the sky with a candy green and the clouds with silver lines. Forgetting the time you were holding me.
I used to do that when I first learned how to do AE2, but honestly, there is no reason to do that.
We feel insane.
It's a whole lot less complicated when you just use one network to do your P2Ps. All right, our macerator setup is done. So now we were going to do what? We're gonna macerate the redstone? No, we were gonna macerate our uranium. That's what we were gonna do. Right? We get 235 as a byproduct. And then the purified stuff we then centrifuge. Yeah. So we're gonna do into the brown, into our macerating, we're gonna do the purified uranium. Make sure all these things are working correctly. Maybe this many macerators is not gonna work. Like, it's just going too fast. We need more acceleration.
Open wounds and closing doors. Been here before, not again.
That might be better. If you can't get by with 1,024 channels that one network with P2P gives you, then you really have no idea what you're doing with your world. Mr. Nightmare says, cheers guys, popping my first bottle of beer of the weekend. Nice, dude. I haven't had beer in a long time. I really should go get some at some point. I haven't really had a drink in a long time. Like when I went to Disney, I had one beer, I guess. And before that, like, I think it was before New Year's that I had my drink, my previous drink. Like, it's been a long time. At some point, I just decided, you know, I'm not gonna buy any more whiskey. I'm good. What beer do I drink? I will drink pretty much any type of an IPA. As long as it's super, super strong. Oh, you know what? These signs are going to have a problem here when I try and bring this up. I guess we can bring those up in a different way. They don't have to be like right there, but I just realized, yeah, that sign's going to be in the way for when we do our center fudges. Also, this is possibly in the way. Let's change this. That's better. So we are currently washing all of our lapis, and we are currently pulverizing all of our uranium, and we are using a lot of power to do such things. Yeah, I don't have a specific brand. Like I was drinking microbrews when I lived in Montana. That's when I was last actually drinking beers. So it's all brands that you never heard of. Like I don't really drink any national or worldwide brands or whatever. Like I will have a Heineken every now and then. I guess that's probably pretty nationwide, I think, or worldwide, I think. IPAs are too hoppy for you? That's exactly why I like them. It's because they're nice and hoppy and bitter. Heineken is Dutch also? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. PC Gus says, how's it going? I used to watch your YouTube videos and I saw you streaming on Twitch. Well, hello. It's going well. Thanks for stopping by. What made you stop watching my videos? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hypno, as you're in Florida, there's a couple really good breweries you can recommend. Cigar City out of Tampa has a great beer called Jai. I guess that's how you pronounce it. And there are two places in Jack's Green Room and Ard Wolf that are great. Yeah, I've been meaning to go to the store and check out some of the local brews. I just haven't done that yet. You stopped playing Minecraft for a year? No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't worry, guys. It's just uranium-235. It's perfectly fine to have on my person. What could possibly go wrong? And look at that. After all that work, we have 1,000 more. It's only deadly if you die. You generally avoid drinking, especially since you start feeling alcohol really quickly. You have a beer from time to time, though. I don't really know how my tolerance is. Like, I was drinking whiskey maybe a couple fingers a night for quite some time, and I don't know. I haven't really been drinking, like I said, for a while, so my tolerance has probably gone down. Fallbat says, dark beer is where it's at for me. The local brewery not too far from where you live that makes the most delicious dark lager. Nice. Now this setup right here, we had specifically for 235, right? I believe that's what that was. We could probably get rid of most of this stuff that was for processing this. Yeah, that's exactly what this was. I think we're gonna tear this down. Okay. It says it's locked and contains 0 air. It's no longer locked. That was holding 12 on it. Awesome. I forgot that you can put the extra holding on those. Okay. So we cleaned this up a little bit. $5,000 more uranium 235. And then all of this we're gonna centrifuge. And that'll get us more 235. So I guess the next step is we need 30 more. Yeah, 30 more of these. Nickel dust. $30 more of these guys. Can we do that now? Dude, just being able to craft up this many amount of machines is just stupid. I like it. So we're almost using 100,000 RF per tick for everything that we're doing right now. When you're a teenager, you drink a lot of Red Bull, can't handle the sugar and caffeine anymore. I would never really was a fan of energy drinks. Like, I had a few Red Bulls in my time. There was a few drinks that you'd get at the bar that'd be mixed with Red Bull, but like Jaeger bombs or whatever. It's just not something I ever really, not really something I was really big into. I'm doing GT like you're supposed to, go big or go home. You still get cravings for it. And get all this tungsten dust processed. Taking you down memory lane, talking about Jaeger bombs. Yeah, that was like the shot or the drink to have back in the day. Jaeger bombs and Irish car bombs. All of those. Oh man, I had my fill of all of that stuff. Mr. Hypno is still streaming. Yep, Sam. You feel like Jaeger bombs are the opposite of a trip down memory lane for you. Party Hypno? Well, you know, when I was in my 20s, all of my friends were going to the bars and hanging out, so that's what I did too. I'm sure my liver appreciated all of the alcohol I put through it. Was Red Bull a thing 40 years ago, Kappa? And now I have no friends and stay inside. Well, I mean, you're not technically wrong. I don't have any, like... The friends that I grew up with don't live here, right? Jellybreath says, I'm Hypno's friend. Oh my goodness, this is gonna take forever. Oh, that's right, we're making the hot tungsten. I keep forgetting. Just friends, nothing more. Mm-hmm. So we need 31 of this tungsten, and we also need the barium. What do we do with this stuff? Yeah, I think we're just gonna pulverize this stuff. This macerator. Wow, that is really slow. So when it starts off, like you see a couple of these pixels like filling up and then it like goes over here. What's up with that? That isn't what you said last night, Hypno! No, we're just friends, Soulist. Just friends. Don't tell anybody. Oh no, it's an electrolyzer, not a centrifuge. But we do need that centrifuge anyway for the pure barite stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have to make more blast furnaces and things like that. That'll all happen in time. Gonna need like 3 blast furnaces specifically for making stainless steel and 3 more for like making all these other things and blah. How much more of that do we need? I wanted 100 more of these. We needed just 11. Look at this. We have batteries in here. What? Oh, that's right. It's making oxygen as well. Ah, that's super annoying. I am far too lazy to try and hook up a thing that deletes the fluid. You spend a lot of time rearranging your base, not I keep getting lost. Now you're getting lost because you rearrange your base? Anything that creates oxygen really should give the option to vent it, I agree. What's my time in the bottle? I had like 72 hours on it. 79 hours. How are we doing on uranium? Did it stop? Isn't it doing the purified uranium? Isn't it supposed to be crushing that? What happened? I'm confused. What's going on? These are running out of power. Why? Are we not making enough power to support everything right now? Is that the deal? Oh, did I not turn on the unlimited power? No, I did. But this says that we have power, right? Like these are full. So is everything like running out of power? Well, if that's broken, I expect like all those machines aren't working then. Yeah, we're gonna have to make more power. That's unfortunate. Is it a transfer limit on the CEF? I don't know. So those are EV, right? So those take lapis. Are these lapitrons? Look at that, we're draining power. All right, so it looks like tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next live stream, we're gonna have to look at increasing our power production. We're gonna have to either duplicate this or do something else. Can we copy? You can copy that, so that's fine. Sometimes you have too many points. One won't get enough power. Try changing its mode to surge. It will fill up. Change its mode to surge. Where do you change the mode to surge? I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Oh, goody. More Terrasteel. Yeah, I think we are pretty much at our limit of what power that we're able to do right now. I mean, granted, we have a lot of machines going, but I thought we had more power than this. This one broke. Ah, probably because we queued up 100 of those and this thing wasn't pointed down. All right, so if we want to pump this one, we are missing the electric motor LV. Is this pack hard? What's your definition of hard? Well, for a power upgrade, we're just gonna probably duplicate what we already have here. We still gotta figure out everything that we have that's using water. Get that situated somehow. How's your steam buffer? Can you time in a bottle of the turbines that boost your power? I actually don't know if that's possible to do. Like, our steam is full. If we time in a bottle of these, what happens? Yeah, I'm not sure we can extract more power actually by doing that. It'll make it run faster and use more steam, but I don't know that we can actually extract power faster than what we already are. What's the squiggly purple thing on the minimap? We don't talk about that. I guess the map sees these things and counting those as something that shows on the map, I guess. I don't know. The mana bursts. It's kind of weird. It's that dirty Botania. Hard like crafting recipes, and then it takes a lot to complete a quest if there are quests. There are quests. This mod pack has Greg Tech in it, and Greg Tech means grind. So this pack is gonna, we've already been playing this pack for what, this is our 51st live stream. We are 344 hours into it, and we still have a lot of quests to go. You can expect this pack to take about 500 hours-ish, depending on your knowledge of the mods and how fast you are and that kind of stuff. So when we double up the amount of uranium that we're doing, that means that we're going to be going through our 235 faster, like twice as fast, which I think we can support, but we are going to have to go and mine up uranium and make sure that we have that in stock. I'm kind of curious to see how much we're going to have after we take all this stuff and run it through. Like, I guess we get 3 tiny piles. So a third of that will turn into more. So right now we have approximately 3,000 to 4,000 more 235 waiting to happen. I don't remember if we could do anything else with the other uranium. So the 238, you can centrifuge that further and get plutonium and then uranium 235 out of it. Just a tiny pile though. At a 20% chance, that's not really great. But what else do you do with the uranium? I'm not sure there is anything else to do with it. Yeah, Monday is definitely going to be more power and more uranium. Absolutely. Can we speed up these nano processors and make this go a little bit faster? Alright. Is this the other centrifuge that I was gonna use? I think it is. Okay, so we're crafting up another 100 of those superconducting wires. We need to go put these turbo centrifuges in here. So we leave one space, then the power wire, then the centrifuge. Oh man, that's so many machines. Now we gotta go in and press the button on every one of these. Whew. Chat, it's bedtime. Hypno can't stop playing. It's not bedtime though. I do want to get stuff done before the weekend starts. All right, Immortal, we'll see you later. Now, I guess before I connect that to the other stuff, we'll grab our thing. So this is going to be inserting on blue and extracting on red. Always active. Oh, whoops, I made that one block over too much, didn't I? Lol, you're killing yourself. What a dummy. What a dummy. That's almost completed. That's awesome. Last day of the stream, done a lot of work in this cube. Yep. Yep, we got a whole bunch of mass stuff going on in here. Like, I don't want to lag out my base with having all of these extra machines. But it's definitely something that we've needed to have for a while. I guess we're just gonna have to wait on the rest of the stuff. Why is the cryoduct not connected to the ore washing machines? Because we are running out of power at this point. We had enough power to run all the washing machines, and we have enough power to run all of the macerators, but not both. Yeah, we are actually running low on power. So next live stream, we're going to be spending it increasing our power production and then getting all that stuff online, which is going to be fantastic. But yeah, that's going to do it for today, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with me while we play some Feed the Beast Interactions. If you're new to the stream, welcome. I'm Hypno. I stream here Monday through Friday, starting at 8 AM Eastern. Hit the follow button if you haven't so you get notified when I go live. We'll be back on Monday with another live stream, probably of this pack. So if you guys want to check it out, you know where to be. But that's it for me for today. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the support. Have a great rest of your Friday. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye, guys.